having my truck.
Look at me.
They were my truck. So I could I was like, if I don't get some more, that's not just with them. And then they were like, just do something. Oh yeah, I had to do one the other day as well. But it's kind of interesting because like when you change it, so I had to change it while I was in it. So I still did the whole year. But now it's my email. But yeah, and then we got the authenticator. It's close to $21,000 a month. That's what Howard said. 21,000. Look, in 2 months. That's why you saying it's higher. That part right there. That's something like I picked the wrong line. You don't like to be.
What's going on? Oh, yeah.
All right, let's go ahead and get started. Madam Deputy City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Shropshire is not here yet. Councilmember Freely. Councilmember Ziegler. Councilmember Cummings. Councilmember Mitchell. Councilmember Butler. And Councilmember Dr. Martin Rogers is here as well. Madam Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much. Let's go ahead and go through the items prior to doing our presentation, see what might be able to go to consent and what may be moved from tonight. We'll have our update on policing. We have the change order for Plant Moran. This order abandoning right away if we have any updates, but that'll have to go to the agenda. Public Arts Commission, hopefully we have some updates around that. Those are Councilmember Shropshire's item. She's on the way. Councilmember Butler, item number 11. Next work session is May the 13th for item 11, Madam Deputy City Clerk. My number 11, Councilmember Ziegler. I think you want to talk about this tonight.
That can also be moved to the next.
To May work session. Okay. Item number 11 and 12 are going to the May work session right now. You had someone here on 12? Oh, well, let's do it. Let's do it. No, they're here. We can do a part A and B. How about that? Yeah. Thank you for being prepared. Whistleblower process. Do we have I didn't notice RFQ on here or from proposals, so I'll get an update on that. Opening. Go ahead,
I'm
Mr.
sorry,
Brown.
Mayor, if this is for item number 12, the whistleblower process?
13. Oh,
Yes, yes, we have the director here to just
Okay.
talk about number 13.
14, council review approval of parks open and close hours. We had some discussion on that last month. Do we have any updates, Mr. Brown? Tonight? Yes,
On
okay.
the,
We were talking about park open and close hours on the signage, and as
Yes,
they're
we-
going through that, okay.
we have Mr. Pinky
We
here.
have FY 23. What we'll do is talk about 15 in conjunction right after the presentation on the FY 2022 audit that's dealing with the 23 audit. Sole source provider for the police department for NICE public safety. I'm sorry, for AKWSI Technologies for medical priority dispatch system. Any discussion on that? Or can that go to consent? Item number 16. Does anyone have questions on that? Are we okay with the police? You want to get update information? Item 16 is for medical priority dispatch system, so we can have them share information. This one, 17, we'll need to discuss, but it's something that is being required of all cities to adopt for Metro Water District water efficiency. This is a public hearing. Is the applicant here for 1910 Phillips Avenue? No applicant. All righty, 1910 Phillips Avenue. What ward is that? Where's Phillips? Request for deferral. Okay, we'll have you all come up and share why. 2741 Church Street. That's the which property is that? Oh, that's the so it comes for us for discussion tonight and then public hearing on Monday. You're right. Yes, but I know that one is there are questions around that. You won't want to discuss it tonight before we get to the meeting, right? Is the applicant here? Okay. Um 20 municipal competitive trust year-end settlement. I think it would be helpful if staff provides an overview of that. We have someone here from East Point Power, Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Okay. Emergency procurement for UTEC for the citywide stormwater infrastructure maintenance. We have any questions for that? It's an emergency procurement, or can it go to consent? Any objection to consent? Hearing none, 21 can go to consent, Madam Deputy City Clerk. This next one is to purchase a street sweeper for the water and sewer department. Consent. All right, the next three will require discussion, so we've only have 21 and 22 going to consent, and then 11 and 12 are going to the May 13th work session. Councilmember Shropshire, items 8, 9, and 10. Do you want to discuss those tonight? I think we had an update on House Proud, and they said they were going to do the solicitation. Have we sent that out? Okay, we can do it as an agenda item. What about squatters and bank-owned, Councilmember Shropshire? Any updates from staff? Yeah. Yeah, the governor hasn't signed yet, but it will give us there will be some things that our municipal court will be able to do, as well as state and superior courts.
Probably floating around.
Okay. And what'd you say about bank-owned? Ms. Jessie is saying they have an update regarding the solicitation that she can share with us. All right, so we will go through the presentations. We will take item number 15 with presentation number 1. We will then go to item number 19. The applicant is here. Are there any other non-staff members for items that are not executive session? Let me put a lot of prefaces on that because I don't think so. Okay, so we will go item 1, 15, and then 19 after the presentations, and then go through the agenda. So the first presentation is the FY fiscal year 2022 audit. Mr. Brown.
Yes, Madam Mayor, as you know, we are required under city ordinance as well as city code to do an annual external audit. We have tonight Tab and Tab Associates, which were selected by the council. And so they're here tonight to give you an update on what their findings are with respect to the FY22 audit. And if it pleases this body, they'll come up and make a presentation. Come on up. Well, or come on down, one or the other.
Thank you for allowing us to do a presentation on the 2022 annual audit. We're here to present highlights of the 2022 audit with comparison of the 2021 audit. What we provided to you in your packages is a highlight, which is going to be on the screen, and also include the annual audited financial statements, the government required reporting reports, a management letter where we look at things that we think should be or efficient things that you should consider. They're not like findings, but it's just observation we noted during the audit process. And the last part is a governance letter. You'll see that in your package. And that's called a required communication that we have to make to you as governance of the city in terms of letting you know what kind of cooperation we got from the staff as we performed the audit. I want to point out to you that governmental financial statements are pretty complicated because there's so much going on with the city. Even the city size of East Point just has a lot going on. So that audit that you're going to have several parts. So I just want to point this out to you. And that is, the first part is the table of contents. So it gives you details of what's in the financial statements in terms of the audit footnotes and et cetera. But then you have the auditor's opinion, and then you have the MD&A. This is a requirement under GASB, government standards, that management writes and explain what happened during the year of the audit. To make sure that the citizen knows that management understands what goes on in their city. And then there are several financial statements out there. There is something called the government-wide financial statements. And what this relates to is our standard, the Government Accounting Standard Board says, put city just like a business and report it as a business. So everything on the government-wide is based on business accounting. And then you would have governmental funds, which is based on budget accounting. And then you will have proprietary funds, which is also based on business reporting, and fiduciary funds and a component unit. The city has one component unit. And the last part of the report is notes to the financial statements. So in our presentation, we have highlighted these items I just mentioned in a little short form to get you a feel for when you read the audit, you'll know what the most important things that we think is important as we go through this process. The first thing we're going to cover tonight is our independent auditor's report. This is what you paid us to do, and that is to audit the financial statement of the city of East Point. And to perform that audit, we look at those statements I just mentioned. There is the governmental activities, business activities, component units, you have major funds, and you have remaining funds. We have to give an independent opinion on each one of those entities in the financial statements. The second paragraph is our opinion, and it's in our opinion based on the audit and the report of other auditors. The financial statement referred to above presents fairly in all material respect the respective financial position of the governmental activities, the business activities, the component unit, the major funds, and the remaining funds, and respective changes in financial position, cash flows, in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States. In layman terms, that is considered a clean opinion. This is an unmodified opinion. On the next page, we want to emphasize this. What is management responsibility? Management is responsible for the preparation of the financial statements and making sure they're fair in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America. They are to design, implement, and maintain internal control relevant to the preparation of the financial statement, that they are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error. It is our responsibility to perform the audit, and we perform that audit in accordance with general accepted auditing standard and in accordance with government auditing standard. We're required to exercise professional judgment and maintain professional skepticism. We identify risks. We design our audit work to say where will there be a risk or error in the statements and try to focus on that. And we focus on that. If there is an error, we try to work with management to correct the error. Then we attain an understanding of your system of internal control. And that's how we can design audit tests to make sure you have controls in place. And the second part of this presentation that Ms. Wells will present, we'll talk about those issues in terms of internal control. We also are required to make sure you're using appropriate accounting policies and they're reasonable, and we evaluate that in the presentation, the financial statements are in accordance with those standards established. And the last thing we're required to do, which you do not have a problem, is to make sure you're going to report if you're going to go out of business. That's one of the things the auditor and management have to deal with, is whether or not you're going to be around for more than 1 year. And we can say, based on these financial statements, City of East Point is in good financial shape. The last part of this is the report is on governmental auditing. There's 2 reports we're going to issue and that Ms. Wells will go over. And one is under government auditing standards, where we have to test whether or not the city is in compliance with laws, regulation, grants. And the other one is what we call the single audit. Because you receive federal funds, OMB requires the auditor to make a selection of funds received that's greater than $750,000 and perform audit tests. OMB sets the rules and standards in terms of what steps we should take to audit those federal funds. And we will report on that later on. So let's get started with the fun part for me. What we have here is a summary of the financial position of the city. This represents the assets, liability, and net position of the city. What we're going to show is we're comparing the 2022 to the 2021. And as you can see from that, if you take the 2021 numbers, you can see that the total assets are 211,695,000 for the governmental activities. And for the 2021 is 182 million, and that's a $29 million increase. On the business type activities, you can see the difference there is 143 million versus 139 million, and a $3.9 million increase. Overall, when you combine the governmental activity to the business activities, you can see the city is pretty large, $355 million in assets in 2022 and 321 million in 2021, giving us an increase in our assets of $33.5 million. When we go to the bottom of the page, you can see your net position, which really your net worth is. You can see those numbers are 127 million in 2022 versus 99 million in 21, an increase of $27 million. And then on the business activities, 60 million versus 56 million, a 4.2 million increase. And overall for the city, the net position was $187 million versus 155 in 2021, giving you a total increase of $31.7 million. The following page shows you where the city have come from over the past 10 years. You can see starting 2013, you was at $72 million. Now, over the years, the past 10 years, we had $187 million. And so you're moving in a positive directions in terms of your net position. The next page is the schedule of revenues, expenses, and changes in net position. The net income, if we were in business, we would call it. But you can see, if we look at the governmental activities, you can see revenues at $67.2 million versus $53 million. And that's an increase of $14 million between those, the governmental activity. And in 22 and 21, you can see the 72 million versus 71 million, which is a $1.3 million increase. Overall increase you see is 15.3 million, with 2022 being 139 million versus 124 million. You can look at the expenses there. You can see expenses went down 38 million 4 versus 39 million 8. And then if you go to the business activities, it's 69 million down, and 2021 is 70 million. And so overall, you can see total expenses for the city was 107 million versus 110, a decrease of $3 million. So we want to point out that you can see you are in a positive financial operating results. And so we don't see a concern of the city going out of business, but you can see change in that position for 2022 is 27.4 million. And for the business activity, 4.2 million. And overall, a change of $31.7 million. Pretty good. The last I'm going to point out, if you look at the last page, the bottom line of the support under the 2022 total column, you'll see that $187 million, and that number will tie back to that graph, and it will tie back to that original schedule I went over when we talk about the assets, liability, and net position. The next part in the MD&A, I'm just going to highlight some things that we will cover some of these things later on in our presentation. But in MD&A, management wanted to point out these things, that there is a disputed liability with Fulton County. And this liability has been a dispute for over 20 years. And we will address that later on in our presentation. The next one is the cybersecurity incident. They want to point out that to the reader of the financial statement, there was an incident surrounding cybersecurity. It talks about what the gross liability, loss was, and what was recovered, 634 million. And so the total loss now net to $584,000. And the last thing we want to talk about, because when we did our presentation in last time on 2021, the city had a tremendous liability in pension liability. But based on the fact that you have a reduction in staff and the market in 2022 did so well that now you have more assets than the liability for the pension plan. So your pension plan at the end of 2022 is in a positive position, which is pretty unusual, but that's like a good thing. And we'll cover that later on. So the next part of the presentation, the biggest asset the city has is capital assets, fixed assets. And so we want to show you what that looked like on your schedule, which is in the notes to the financial statements. You can see that the total capital assets before depreciation is 189,378,000. Now, this is the capital asset for the governmental activities. And when you take the depreciation out of 83.6 million, you come to governmental net assets, $105 million. And then we move to the proprietary, the business capital assets. On this schedule, you can see that the capital assets for the business activity is $196 million. And after the depreciation, it comes down to $79,030,000. The other thing that I think you need to we're going to highlight for you is debt. As we mentioned, there's two entities always, the governmental activities and then the business activities. So we're going to start with the governmental activity. You can see from the governmental activity, your total debt, long-term debt, is $44,431,000. And then for the business activity, the total debt, long-term debt, is $56,785,000. One thing we want to point out is that during 2022, y'all paid off $4 million in a TAD, the Camp Creek TAD. So that was, that's a positive thing that we're moving in the right direction. The next page is where we talked earlier about the pension liability.
I don't think those pages are in here, so I'm going to go through real quick. Nope, they're not in here.
Okay.
Sorry.
They're in your presentation, but I'm just going to point out this for you, is that in the pension liability, if you in your package you have total pension liability of $148 million, and the net position in terms of assets is $162 million. So now we have a positive balance greater than the liability of $13,306,000. And the last thing I want to cover, which is one of those liabilities, these are kind of liabilities that every city has. If you're out there, you have these pension liabilities and you have these other post-retirement benefits. Employees are retired and you're still providing health care for them. These are big liabilities on every city. For you, that number for this year is $38,899,000. Last year, the balance was $35,814,000. So that number is growing, but but the thing is, in the government, our profession said, put it all out, just like a business. Report all the expenses, all the liabilities, and all the assets. But really, the way you manage your city, you manage it on a budget basis. So the liability only you have to deal with is on what you budget on an annual basis, covering those costs. But when you do these government-wide financial statements, it gets on a full accrual basis, and all debt and all liabilities are reported on those financial statements. All right. That ends my part. Now, Elizabeth is going to cover findings as it relates to our audit. Do we have yours, your president? Yes, we go. I'll Google it for you.
Hi, good evening. Early in Mr. Tapp's presentation, he talked about the additional reports that were required, first of all, under government auditing standards, and then the second as a single audit, because the city received more than $750,000 in federal funds. So what I have here is the secondary part of our program, which this package outlines both reports. And we're going to go directly here to this summary. And the first is called financial statements, and those relate to the type of findings that you'll find under the government auditing standards report. And the first thing it notes when we do the report is that the type of our opinion on our financial statements was unmodified. And then it has several paragraphs where it talks about findings in general. And on the financial statements, there were 7 findings. There were 3 material weaknesses and 4 significant deficiencies, and 2 material compliances, 2 non-compliance that were material to the financial statements. On the federal awards, there were also internal control findings. They were material weaknesses, and there were 2 of those, and there were no significant deficiencies. And what I want to point out right now is that finding number 6 and 7 are your material weaknesses, and they were reported as a material weakness in the financial statements and a material weakness in the federal awards. So also continuing on the federal awards part, we looked at 3 programs that were selected for testing. They were your coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds, the community development block grant, and the equitable sharing program. And because we had those 2 material weaknesses that covered all 3 of those programs, all 3 of those programs are considered qualified. And we did have audit findings that were required to be reported in accordance to the federal statute there. These are the ones that we are discussing. And it breaks down when we test for single audit type A programs and type B programs, type A usually being the larger dollar amount programs. So we use the threshold of $750,000 as our cutoff to distinguish A and Bs. And because we had findings this year and also findings last year, the city does not qualify as a low-risk auditee. Okay, so now we're going to move to the findings. This is finding number 1, reported under under government auditing standards, and it's on adjusting journal entries. The statement of condition is that certain journal entries that we reviewed did not have explanations or complete documentation that describe the nature and the reason for the transaction. And we recommend that management design and implement procedures to require full descriptions and documentations of adjusting journal entries that post into your enterprise resource planning system or ERP system. And the purpose of this is so that the person who is reviewing or approving the transaction, of course, knows exactly what they're doing because it is described and it is documented. The city concurs with this finding, and they have already been in contact with the EPR administrator to get guidance on how they can update their processes, because it was discovered that the automatic journal entries are the ones that come across without the proper description. So the city will work with them and also to see a resolution to this problem. And the city will also provide employees with additional training so that the necessary document requirements for processing these automatic transactions or any manual journal entries is put in place. The second one, the first one and the second one, and 3 and 4 are significant deficiencies. I'm sorry, I don't remember if I said that. So now we're going to the second one. Operating transfers from the general fund. The city's annual budget authorizes transfers from the general fund to other funds or proprietary funds to cover their operating expenditures if they need them. And these funds have been unappropriately recorded as an interfund receivable or an interfund payable, which means that fund is going to pay this money back, which is not necessarily the case. So because we have this situation, the net position balances on both of the funds are distorted, is the word that we use. So we recommend that management adhere to the approved budgets and properly record transfers of funds as a source of funds in the appropriate governmental or proprietary fund, and that procedures be designed and implemented to ensure that the accounting staff understands how to record transfer transactions. The city concurs with this finding, and they have a policy to review budget to actual account balances, and they are going to strengthen this policy by also making certain that interfund receivables and payables are reviewed so that they can make certain that this situation doesn't happen. And staff will be trained on these new procedures. Number 3, annual budget amendments. The city adopts an annual budget for all governmental funds except the capital project fund. And the budget is amended during the fiscal years for changes in conditions, and those amendments are approved by the city council. In fiscal year 2022, management authorized the following expenditures without budget amendments from the city council. The first one is the Camp Creek Allocation District Fund, and that amount is almost $3 million. And then the hotel motel tax, the total amount of those expenditures is almost $700,000. So overall, total expenditures exceeded budget appropriations by $3.4 million. We recommend that management adhere to the city's policy of establishing an annual budget with the city council's approval, and that we recommend that budget amendments to the council be reviewed prior to year end, prior to when you close your books, so that you can make certain that these expenditures that exceed the appropriations are accounted for and adjusted appropriately. The city also concurs with this finding. It does have a council-approved budget and budget amendment policy, but the finance department will review the policy with the council to determine how to monitor revenues that are received in excess of budget appropriations and the related expenditures, because they received more money, therefore they spent more money in these two funds, is addressed and reported appropriately. Number 4, capital assets. The city did not record and classify capital expenditures consistent with their policies and procedures and the respective accounting guidance. In fiscal year 22, when we were doing the audit, we noted instances of the retirement of assets that were not properly classified and removed from the fixed asset records. Improvements to capital assets that were not documented or assigned to the appropriate asset. misclassifications of expenditures that were capital in nature and were not capitalized, and completed construction projects that were not timely transferred from construction in progress to capital assets. We recommend that management design and implement controls over the reconciliation and review of the information used to capture capital asset information, and so that the assets are reported in the proper categories and depreciation is recorded and calculated properly. And we further recommend that the city obtain a physical count of all capital assets by a third party to verify the assets that are recorded in the subsidiary records. And our final recommendation is we recommend that the finance department meet regularly with other city departments to identify completed construction projects and, if necessary, the related inventory and accounting entries that need to be made to shift those from construction in progress to capital assets. The city concurs with this finding. The city continues to improve its capital asset management processes and procedures. Originally, this was an Excel-based spreadsheet that they have migrated to the capital asset module in their ERP system. The city is also working with the ERP administrator to provide additional training on capital asset management within the system. They have also done a request for proposal to go ahead and get an independent assessment of the capital assets. So with the increased training and the count, they feel like this will result in the assets records being accurate and complete. And also the city plans to look at the reviewing of CIP projects to make certain that they are transferred out and recorded correctly. Finding number 5. This is a material weakness. This is the first of our 3 material weaknesses. This is being reported under government auditing standards. It's the cyber attack. In fiscal year 2022, the city experienced a cyber security incident which led to a loss of funds. Payments were approved and wired during the months of July through September to a fictitious vendor. The amount dispersed totaled $1.2 million, of which the city subsequently recovered a little bit more than half. So the related loss for this incident is approximately $585,000. We recommend, because this happened, that management take steps to strengthen the security related to the information technology system and implement regular communication and training to the city's employees to make them aware of cybersecurity threats, such as fake emails and fake websites, suspected links, inconsistencies, or misspelling in domain names. And we also recommend that attendance in formal information technology awareness programs be required for the city employees to ensure all aspects of the city's assets are protected from cyber threats. The city concurs with this finding, and the city has implemented additional controls to strengthen its security related to information technology systems. Staff is undergoing training to educate themselves on questionable actions. The city is currently working with its insurance brokers and law enforcement agencies to recover additional funds. Finding number 6. Finding number 6 is a material weakness being reported under the single audit and also government auditing standards. This finding relates specifically to the Department of Justice Equitable Sharing Program. During the audit, we noted that there were 3 vehicles that were purchased with grant funds that were not recorded on an inventory control log. This is a requirement of most of the grants that come from the federal government. We recommend that the city enhance its policies and procedures to ensure that adequate controls are in place to establish compliance with the inventory control, the log maintenance, and the disposal requirements for equipments purchased with federal funds. The city concurs with this finding, and they will work with the various departments to ensure that their respective inventory listings adequately document the source of funds used to obtain the assets. And this process will include the log maintenance reviews, adherence to disposal requirements, and enhanced controls within each department over related assets. And also, the city plans to implement the use of asset tags to further recognize and distinguish assets with federal, that were purchased with federal or restricted funds. Okay. Finding number 7, the last finding. This is also a material weakness. It's being reported under the single audit and also under government auditing standards. This finding affects all 3 of the programs that we tested. And the condition is that an annual audit of the financial statements for this year, for the year ending June 30th, 2022, was not completed and submitted to the federal or state governments within the timeframes required by federal regulations for the state and the state of Georgia. We recommend that all financial reporting and submission requirements and the deadlines required by the federal and state regulations be adhered to in future periods. The city concurs with this finding. During the audit year in question, the city experienced significant turnover in multiple key financial positions. The significant turnover severely hampered the city's ability to comply and complete financial reports and submissions by the required federal and state deadlines. The city recently completed its audits of the financial statement and the federal awards for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2022. While there are still key financial positions with vacancies, the city is confident that in the future, reports will be submitted in a timely manner. The city has engaged a public accounting firm and plans to begin its audit for fiscal year June 30th, 2023 presently. Okay. Those were, back up. Findings 6 and 7, because they are federally related, the city is required to do a corrective action plan. The corrective action plan just basically states what we have all gone over with the statement of the condition. It lists the criteria, and it does put the corrective action. It says who's responsible for the corrective action, which is going to be the finance department or the finance department and certain department heads, and when they plan to have this corrective action implemented, which in this, for the first one, it is 4/30/2024, and for the one about the annual audits, it is 6/30/2024. Okay. Those were the findings that we were required to report. There were also some observations that we had. And these observations are recommendations to either strengthen internal controls or potentially address some operating efficiencies. And we have 3 of those. And the first one, it's titled Payroll as an Imprest Account. For those that do not know what an imprest account is, it's a bank account that's established that has regular, routine deposits made into the account and disbursements being paid out of the account. That happens at a scheduled time frame. And it also has a minimum established balance. Payroll is a perfect candidate for an imprest account because everybody knows when the pay dates are. Everybody knows the amount of the payroll. The city operates under that first control of an imprest account. However, a fixed minimum balance is usually established, and that could be anywhere between $1,000 to $10,000 to whatever the organization is comfortable with. And the reason for having the fixed minimum balance is if you always know that your cash balance at the bank is supposed to be $10,000, and you always know that it's on your general ledger and it's supposed to be $10,000, anytime it's not, it's real obvious. And that's the control that we have because it makes it really easy to identify discrepancies. Because we know everybody's going to cash their payroll check. So, and if they haven't, you need to find out why immediately or as close to as you can, just to make certain that there's not any kind of theft or stop payment needs to be issued. A lot of issues that can happen in the payroll account. So, like I said, the city does the first part where they transfer the amount to cover the payroll in right before the payroll occurs. But they have a balance in their payroll account of $1.9 million. That is sitting in the account because the city wants to have at least funding available for 2 pay periods, just in case there's a problem transferring the funds or from the cash pool over to the payroll account, or any kind of emergency that may come up. I'm sorry, I've just totally forgot the second reason on that. So we recommend that the city operate the payroll account as a true imprest account with a smaller minimum balance. And the reason is it will improve idle cash because you will not have that large dollar amount sitting around not earning interest. You will be able to efficiently monitor the account for outstanding employee checks like we talked about. And those 2 things will help protect the city's assets from fraud. The next one is dormant cash accounts. At June 30th, 2022, the city has one large dormant cash account that has a balance of $6.7 million. No, $6.8 million. It's in a capital project fund. This fund has not had any activity for several years. In addition, there are 3 other dormant accounts that all in total are $147,000. And in these 13 accounts, the minimum balance in one account is $1, and then the highest is $50,000. But these accounts, once again, have not had activity for several years. Dormant accounts are vulnerable to unauthorized activity and fraud if not adequately monitored. So we recommend that the city review the dormant accounts and determine their purpose. And if they're no longer necessary, then we recommend that these accounts be closed. The last comment is the disputed liability with Fulton County, Georgia, that Mr. Tabb alluded to earlier. The city has a contract with Fulton County where the county provides water treatment services for the residents of the city. The county charges approximately $500,000 a year for this water treatment service. Due to a dispute in the rates charged by the county The city has not paid for these services for over 20 years. As of June 30th, 2022, the amount recorded as owed to the city by the county is $13 million, approximately $13 million. Because the amount owed is a disputed liability, it has been reclassified in the Water and Sewerage Fund as a non-current liability. We recommend that the city restart discussions with the county to establish the appropriate rates for the water treatment services. Also, the outstanding amount from the prior years needs to be negotiated with the county so that the city can get payment terms that do not impact the financial condition of the Water and Sewerage Fund. Okay. These are recommendations. Because they're recommendations, we have discussed them with the finance department, but there's no corrective action required on these. Okay.
We to the last part of our presentation. This is the governance letter, required communication we are to make to you. In this presentation, as we mentioned earlier, we did perform an audit. We performed the audit of the business activity, government activities, major funds, remaining funds, component unit. And from a quantitative standpoint, if you look in your financial statements, on the note 1, it describes all your significant accounting policies. And we review those to make sure those policies are in accordance with the standards for government reporting. The other thing we have to point out to you is that financial statements have estimates in it. Every financial statement usually has estimates. Your biggest estimates is in your pension plan, net assets and liability, your OPEB, and your depreciation of your capital assets. And those estimates, you hire professionals, actuaries to come in and assess those liabilities. And based on their work, those liabilities are what are recorded into the financial statements. The other thing when we have to report to you is that what is sensitive in the financial statements. The sensitivity for us, as we mentioned earlier, will be the pension and the OPEB liabilities, because those liabilities are so large and they're uncollateralized. Then we have to tell you whether or not we had any significant difficulties working with your management team, your finance team, and I must say we did not have difficulty dealing with them. There were, based on the presentation, you probably know there were corrected misstatements. The accounting department has made those adjusting entries. So the city's books has been adjusted for the proposed adjusting entries that has been recommended. We have no disagreement with the management on terms of what should be presented in those statements. They didn't put us under any pressure saying, don't say this about anything. Management signed a representation letter, which is required in an audit, that says they gave us everything we asked for, made sure everyone is available that we needed to talk to, even third parties. And also, as our understanding, management did not go outside and talk to other accountants to come up with some disagreement with us. And so we never was informed that there was any issues like that. And the last part is other findings and issues. Ms. Wells went through those other findings and have reported that to you. And one thing I wanted to say, when you look at your audit package, the first part, the MD&A, is required supplemental information. Managers are required to put that in any government audit. And then right behind the notes, there's a 10-year schedule. Since it's so sensitive, the standards require you to do this 10-year history for the pension and a 10-year schedule for the OPEB, other post-employment benefits. And that's a required disclosure, and that's right behind the notes of the financial statement. That ends our presentation. We're here to answer questions. You can always call us at our office if you have questions. We really enjoy working for the city of East Point.
Thank you for your presentation, Councilmember Butler.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I have a couple of questions. The first question is under your finding number 3. Where we talk about the city adopts an annual operating budget for all governmental funds except for the capital project fund. Could you go into a little bit, are we supposed to have the capital project fund?
You have a budget for your capital project fund. It's just not done on an annual basis because capital projects usually expend several years. Oh, I'm sorry. All the other funds are annual funds. Capital projects are usually projects that covers several years. So you do not prepare a capital annual budget for your capital projects. Those are project-based budgets. And so you're in compliance with that. It was just that when what we're trying to report on this issue is that we have an example that additional funds came from hotel motel tax, and since or from your special tax assessment. Because you got more money in, we're saying to the finance team, if money need to be spent, you need to come up and amend the budget because you got more money, because you want the council to be aware that more money came in and you have a plan to spend it where they will be aware of it. And that was the point of that comment is. But the capital has a budget, but it's not an annual budget.
So this question, follow up to that question regarding capital project fundings. One of your findings also spoke about defining or categorizing assets.
Yes, okay. Capital, okay. The capital projects relates to roads that you plan on building. Capital assets represent when the road is finally complete and is put into your capital asset set of books.
That's exactly what so I'm on the right page then.
Right.
So say for example, and I have 2 questions regarding that. So when you define a capital project for a road, are we looking at a new road or so let's say, for example, we build a new road. We know that's an additional asset, right? Then say, for example, if we repave a road, how do we account for the repaving of that road? Is that an improvement of that capital asset? Because, and I'm going somewhere with this question because of what we talked about with the discrepancies of depreciating the capital assets. So that's the first question, and then we'll go to the second.
Well, the policy is that if it extends the life of the road life is extended, then it moves into the capital assets. If it's a maintenance of the road, then it's recorded on your books as a expense.
How do we depreciate that? Or is it depreciated? Say, let's start, if we build a new road.
Okay. If you built a new road, you have, your city has a policy, right? It says we're going to depreciate roads over 50 years, right? And so everyone knows that when you put it into your capital asset system, they identify it as a road, the system will automatically start making those depreciation entries into the books. So it's not a guesswork situation.
Excellent, because one of the findings we were talking about with these assets that were undefined. Also in your presentation, we said that we're moving those assets from something that was accounted for on an Excel spreadsheet to BR&E. And so then that will help alleviate that problem
Right, that's right.
I'm following you?
Yes, yes.
My final question is, when we start talking about some of these monies in these accounts, i.e. the excess money in the payroll account, are municipalities able to sweep their money so they can draw interest overnight if they have an
Yeah.
account?
That's
And
a-
so I assume
That's
that,
good. That's the point we're making, yeah.
so that I did pick up on that point too, that instead of having these funds in these dormant accounts, that we can be gaining interest over those, even with a $1.8 million. And
And also for your 6 million you have in that capital project fund, that number has not changed. So I know you're planning to do something in the future with it, but you know, either we have to figure out how to earn some interest on it, right?
thank you very much, because what this does for me, it helps us take a deeper dive into the budget and how we prioritize how we make these budgets in the future, in particular with capital projects.
Yeah, one of the things is that, you know, since you asked the question, that one of the points we want to make in the presentation is there's a part in the books called construction and process, CIP. And so that's something else they have decided to look at closely. In other words, when we as auditors see the CIP, we say, well, how long have you been working on this? And we find out it's a completed project and need to be moved, being depreciated. So all these things they're going to improve on based on their response to our comments.
Thank you for a very thorough audit.
Councilmember Freeland.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a question on finding 5 and then a question on finding 6 and 7. I'm curious on finding 5, the cybersecurity incident. The recommendations you make all address sort of tightening our cybersecurity, but we lost the money because controls and policies were not followed. Is that correct?
Well, you lost the money, that's true. But the thing is, it would have never happened if, you know, it's like in my office, or all our clients now, and all the continuing education classes we go to, right? If you own your computer, what you see all the time is scammers will come in and say tab and tab, TABB, TABB. Well, they may put TADB, TADB, and then all of a sudden you lost something. So what we're saying to you that you got to have this first step that says I have to be aware with everything when I'm at my city job and I'm on that computer screen, I have to be skeptical with everything that comes to me. So that's what we're trying to say. So the training was saying to you that this could happen to a road, the person in charge of roads or somebody, if the city don't have a policy of constantly reminding people to have skepticism as relates to responding to things on a email that may not be legitimate.
But you didn't feel the need to add a recommendation for strengthening following of financial policies and procedures? It's just an email issue?
Well, the policy and procedure at that time, from my understanding, was being followed. It's just that the other thing that we put in here that we felt like is the biggest problem also is you can't work under pressure. In other words, so, you know, you have policy and procedures, but do you have an environment that put pressure on people to make them not follow the policy procedure? The individual will follow the policy procedure, but if there's an atmosphere by management, everything is under pressure, it impacts everybody. And so that's where you can have a weakness in your policy and procedure. You can say follow policy procedures, but why would someone put pressure on me and where I won't take my time to read or
But it was imaginary pressure, wasn't it, from a hacker supposedly?
say that again?
It was imaginary pressure in a fake email, correct? Or was it actual pressure?
Imaginary pressure, yes, imaginary pressure, but I don't think you're getting my point, is that pressure's out there all the time. That's all I'm just saying. It's real pressure in the city.
Got it. I still find it odd that there's no recommendation regarding the financial policies that were not followed that allowed the money to be wired, but we'll leave it at that.
Well, based on, let me tell you what we did. We evaluated all purchasing procedures of the city. I mean, from the standpoint of what we audited. And you have really good purchasing procedures around here. I mean, it's probably some of the best. This issue of this scam is it's just being aware of, and making sure you follow policies and procedures. All through this presentation with capital assets, we're talking about policies and procedures. So that's like basic understanding of internal control, that you follow policies and procedures. But what we're also looking at is what policies and procedures can be broken. And that's a risk. That's a risk when we say, when we look at an audit, we say, is there a risk that there's somebody in your organization can put so much pressure on someone to make them override control? So even if you write, say, follow policy procedures, and you have a situation where someone puts so much pressure on someone that they think everything is pressure, right? That's where you have to address that issue. Because I think we've pretty much covered policy and procedures in the findings that we wrote.
Okay, thank you. And on findings 6 and 7 involving the federal grants, beyond the corrective action plans that are required, are there any other repercussions to the city for resulting from these two findings?
That's probably not. Let me tell you what happened with this. This is a small grant. You never really got too much money on this grant. This is a grant in which the community share, the law enforcement shares funds from the federal government. And the federal government says, okay, if you buy police equipment, you need to keep up with it, that it was federal funds. And then if you sell that equipment, you need to put the money back into a restricted account and use it again for law enforcement. And so we see this grant as being a small grant. You bought 3 police cars. We said, where are you keeping up with this, that we know and identified the federal funds for this? There's no log. So the repercussion would be that they're going to put this in place right away. Now, why it was an issue for us to bring it up is that you've been getting money like this several years, 50,000, 80,000, and you're buying small pieces, right? And so the impact would be that something need to be put in place for those prior years when you was receiving smaller funds, because if you subsequently sell that equipment or that merchandise, it need to be not put into the general fund, but put in a separate fund to be used again for law enforcement activities.
And on finding number 7, yeah, you also said the corrective action plan on finding 7 too. Fiscal year 21 audit was late. Fiscal year 22 audit was late. Fiscal year 23 audit is going to be late also. As long as they're continually late, you will have this finding. You will have to do a corrective action plan. And it also, as long as you have to go 1 year clean without having any findings before you can be considered not a low risk auditee. So that's the repercussion on that side with the federal grants. The state has a policy that if they don't have an audit turned in timely from the governmental entity for 5 years, they will not allow any more grant funds to come through. And so that would be the repercussion on that side.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. Could we go to item number 3, if you have?
Okay.
And I just wanted a little bit more clarification where it says total expenditures exceeding budget appropriations has the $3,679,491. Are you saying that we spent more money than we had in the account, or
No,
we didn't
what
amend the
we're,
budget?
yeah, well, what we're saying is that your control is your budget, all right? So let's say you approve the budget for a particular item of $1 million. And so you identified the resources to pay for that $1 million, but you receive $1.5 million. And so you go and spend $1.5 million, but your budget was only 1 million, even though you had the resources to cover that. The control would be that the finance team will bring to your attention that we want to spend this extra money, for you to be aware of that, right? So it's not like you overspent revenues minus expenses. Government and nonprofit are managed by budgets. In other words, you set a budget and then you monitor to make sure that you do not exceed the expenses for that budget. Even though you may have had a lot more money come in, you still got to work within the approved budget.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Ziegler.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. So did I hear you right that you didn't find anything wrong with our financial controls?
Which controls?
The financial controls with how money was transferred and things like that?
No, your bank accounts are reconciled. We saw no issues with cash, other than the points of having cash being held. The only other thing we found out, which we tried to report, is that, as Ms. Wells pointed out, that you do have a situation which impacted the financial statement of prior years, and we worked with 21 to try to clean it up. And it happened again in 22. And that is where you transfer money out of the general fund to cover sanitation, because sanitation is operating at a loss. And so if you move the money from the general fund to sanitation, it makes everything even because it absorbs that. But if you record it as a liability, it makes the liability of those financial statements have a big debt. So the reader of the financial statement will say, why does sanitation have debt when it really doesn't have debt? Because you as a council has approved the transfer of that in to cover that debt. And the problem that came out to be is that for years, sanitation had gotten so large, and when we did the audit in 21, we said, this is not right. So we found out these were budget appropriation, and the state looked at your audit and said, sanitation is a major fund because it has so much debt, but sanitation is not a major fund because it doesn't have debt, because the general fund is paying that. So that's the only issue we saw in terms of cash, is just making sure the cash that get transferred from the pool account but the general fund get recorded as a transfer in to cover those operating expenses.
Okay, so the supposed cyber attack happened in 2021, and council and people were not notified until late last year, 2023. And so I don't know how our financial controls magically got solved in a year when nobody apparently even knew that we had a cyber attack. And then, like, I mean, there were, you know, some basic fundamental issues, like we had, you know, hundreds of thousands were getting transferred out of the general fund without it coming to council for approval. So isn't that already a finding there? I guess I'm just not understanding that piece.
Well, we reported that as a finding, but I thought your question was relating to whether or not there is an issue with cash. Cash is being accounted for. Whether or not it's being reported correctly into what categories on the books is a different issue, which we're addressing and pointing out in our findings, right? But your bank accounts are under control from that perspective.
Okay, so explain to me how our bank accounts are under control if we had all this money, you know, leave the general fund without it actually coming to council and things like that.
Repeat that again, I'm sorry.
So how is it that we have that everything is under control, or everything was under control in 2022,
Well, we're
when,
not saying it is under control. We pointed out in our letter that you have an issue with IT in terms of being aware of people looking at, looking at emails and making sure they're correct, because you've got to realize that if you don't take time to really read those emails or make sure you're on the correct site, you can follow all the procedures you want because they know your procedures and your money will be gone. So we started trying to say, let's be aware of these kind of cyber scams.
okay, but there's still the process that was broken that things over $25,000 need to come to council, right? And that doesn't have anything to do with IT. That has to do with the financial group and our financial department, right? Am I making sense?
You address her.
We did report the cyber security as a major material weakness because exactly what you're saying, all the controls that were in place to prevent it failed. So we know that during COVID, the city council was looking at everything in order to manage the cash. And we also know that there was a fictitious vendor. So that control about the $25,000 for council approval, and that control about setting up vendors, and that control about getting approval for wire transfers, all of those occurred where they were broken, and procedures circumvented that. So that's why that is a material weakness. And it was isolated. We were able to find out the cost. The city has been able to go to the insurance company and get reimbursement for some. And on the last payment that was being sent out, y'all were able to stop that. So that money did not go out. For your other issues that you're mentioning about that council didn't know anything about, that's not a financial statement issue. We were surprised too that council did not find out about this until very late.
Okay, so what you're saying is that it was fixed before our financial control issues were fixed before 2023 and before 2022.
Well, it happened in fiscal year 2022.
The email hack, the supposed email hack, that happened in 2021.
But y'all work on a fiscal year.
Oh, the fiscal year.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Yes, so I think, and we've been in presentations here where your IT person has talked about the training that they're doing to make certain, to mitigate this risk.
Okay. And do we have like multi-signatures to want to do wire transfers or anything like that? Do we, I don't know, I know like in healthcare, you have to have like a second check for certain medications. Like, do you have like second checks and financial audit or giving out money?
Well, you always had those policies. And the problem with it is that it looked like it was legitimate emails from a legitimate manager that could make that decision. So I think finance could. Anyway, what we're saying though is if you look at what happened and all the names in the process, it looked like if they had read the email correctly, they would have seen that it was not legitimate.
Okay.
And that's the point is, you can't get no higher than the city manager,
I guess my issue is that I think that Francis was the one who actually sent the money out of the bank account and he wasn't supposed to. So, like, has that issue been corrected?
From our understanding, we interviewed everyone in finance, and we also walked through their procedures in terms of how they do wires. And based on the procedures that we walked through, the control is in place now. Because that happened as the first quarter. That's one of the things when we assess risk, we wanted to make sure those financial statements had that loss recorded in the financial statements. And then we wanted to make sure that the controls were in place, that as we audited those financial statements, that error would not happen again. As I mentioned earlier, when you're doing an audit, you have to assess risk and you got to figure out what you're going to test. So we built our tests, making sure those controls, wires, those controls, bank reconciliation, those controls with authorizing transactions were in place and was used during 2022 after that incident happened. And then we tried to quantify what would be the amount of that to record in the financials, for it wouldn't be so large that it would have had an impact to qualify the city statements. But we,
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Correct me if I'm wrong. The Camp Creek Tax Allocation District Fund, you said that the city paid that off without council knowledge?
well, we're saying we paid it off without amending the budget.
Okay, because we knew they brought it to us, if I'm correct. They brought it to us that they were paying it off. So we knew, but you're saying they didn't amend the budget to do it.
When we pull the financial statements, there is no budget amendment with the budget indicating, and plus we interviewed the staff, they even said they didn't take it to you. So,
They
with
brought
their
it to us.
integrity, they could have just said yes, and we would have known,
Yeah,
but
we-
we didn't
we-
see it in the minutes either.
Yeah.
We've read minutes from July 20 through today. I mean, not today, but probably last month, and we didn't see that.
Yeah, so I guess my question would be, did you get the verbatim minutes or did you watch the council meeting? Because that was brought to us to pay that off early. Also, my next thing is this right here. And I hear what you're saying about putting employees in a position. That's why you have to do constant training on different things, like the phishing scam is what they call it. You have to do training and educate and make them aware, and sometimes send them test emails to see if they'll click on it. Some of us work for the government and we get test emails to see if we're going to click on it.
Right.
So just, or if you're going to report it as a phishing scam. That is, so I understand what you're saying when you say you don't want to put staff in a position to make them feel like they're pressured under things, but the city can put things in place where it brings knowledge to them where they don't click on certain things. I'm to the point where I just don't click on anything. If it ain't pertaining to work, I'm not clicking on it. And so I do want to thank you for the report and this right here. Once we was made aware of what happened, the city, the finance department did put things in place about wire transfers. They did put those things in place as to how the city move forward and do certain business. So that is put in place once we were made aware of what happened. So I do want to say that. So it's not like the finance department didn't do anything. They did put measures in place when it comes to wire transfers. There are layers of signatures and the process before anything is transferred out. So they do have some measures in place for that. And I know people say as if it didn't happen. It's something that happened, and it's something that happens to every city. Atlanta got hacked, Fulton County, it just happened in different ways. So you just have to strengthen your internet, you have to strengthen that, and you have to strengthen your policies to make sure that everybody is on the same page and that hackers can't get in and do what they did. And that's my thought.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. Question, so with regards to when you say cash and reconciling that, the city was good with that, they were able to account for all the cash? I mean, with regards, I guess, to reconciling
You want to answer?
your monthly financials?
Could you speak a little louder? I'm sorry.
So I'm saying with regards to the cash reconciliation of monthly accounts, the city was good with that, correct?
Yes.
Would the difference in, so the money that was lost through the phishing scheme, so it was $1.2 billion that came out. They recovered, I think, the last wire of 400 and something, and then we've received some insurance payments. Was that ever reflected, like money came in, money came out, or is that ever reflected in, is that considered cash? That money?
Did it affect your cash?
Yeah, is that considered, that money, through the money coming in and out, that's considered cash as well?
That's
Yes.
considered cash. And what, from my understanding, one of the staff person discovered it and was able to put a stop on the $400,000.
Right, I
So
get
they
they
was
do that,
following their
but
controls.
and I understand that, but I'm saying, was it ever reflected in the financials? Because I mean, that was the thing about it. I mean, no one ever knew about it. So was it ever, how or where was it reflected that we're good on cash? And if you had that type of money come in and out, and it's never noted.
It is noted in the, it was recorded as an expenditure, and I'm going to tell you, I do not remember exactly what account it posted to. But the city did record that as an expense, and because they recorded it as an expense, we were able to
Do you
look at it
report-
as part of the controls that were in place. At least it was recorded, and unfortunately, the cash did go out of your bank account.
Yeah, well, one of the tests we did was to make sure it got recorded. We asked them to send us the documentation. We have it in our work papers, you know, like she said, which account, but I think they charged it to the general fund in some general expense account, which we agree with. That would be the proper place to put that transaction. So it was a reduction in your cash because it went out the bank.
Okay, but is it supposed to be recorded as an expenditure, or
Say it again.
is it supposed to be recorded as an expenditure? Is that how you document something like that?
Well, you know, if it's gone, it's an expense. I mean, it's like, that's just the accounting rule. The only way you could record it as an asset if there was some assurance that you could get it back. But we didn't see any evidence that you could get that money back and booked it as a receivable. So it's reflected in the audited financial statements as an expenditure.
But it was, okay, so, but from day one, when the money came out of the account, I mean, even as they were, and that may have been maybe that's from a previous audit, but as the money was coming out, it was always just coming, it was always documented as an expenditure?
Yeah, it had to be documented as an expenditure. Because what happens is they reconcile on the bank account. So when they record the transaction on the bank and they saw this money was out, they had to park it someplace. They parked it in a suspense account until they finally determined where they're going to put it.
Okay, okay, but I think just knowing what it was, once we kind of figured out, what it was, I think it should have been, something in your recommendations. I know we're talking about the whole cyber thing, but I guess with regards to, I don't know if you just proper documentation of what it actually is, as opposed to just an expenditure. I mean, I don't know if they made it a car or a tractor or what, I don't know what it is. But I mean, something that, that was as significant as that was. So.
Well, let me say this, everything we do as it relates to these financials, it's by the standards. And so a theft is an expenditure under the standards. And so if you lose it that way, or if a police car gets destroyed in a wreck, it's expensed in the books.
And I get it. And I think maybe my issue with it is a car is a car, a tractor is a tractor, a theft is a theft. If that's what you're gonna put for the line item for what it is, and I think that's what it should have been. So maybe in some sort of the recommendations, and I think you may have put something in here about just saying what things actually are. So we'll kind of know, we'll be able to track a little bit more, a whole lot better. What it is that, money that's coming in and what's coming in and what's going out.
Well, you
And
got
I
that
just-
in place. That's the only way we could do the audit. If that was
Okay.
an issue, we would not be able to issue an unqualified opinion, unmodified opinion.
Okay.
You have constant records of what's coming in and coming out, because you're receiving a lot of money every day, millions of dollars. So you have good controls in return to that. In regards to this incident where this money was, where you were scammed out of it, that's not money coming in where you need control over it. That was control where, like the council member said, we have to follow procedures. And then my position is also not only have to follow procedures, but you got to have skepticism of anybody rushing you to do anything. If I'm being rushed, I try to step back and say, why is this person pushing me, right? So it's the kind of thing that I think we have to just make sure we communicate,
Okay. All right, I yield, Madam Mayor.
Just really quick, I'll echo those same sentiments. So when you say an expenditure, right? I think the bigger goal is to make it be known that this was a fraudulent expenditure or money going out, because I can see why nobody actually would be able to pick up on this if it's not noted. Because if it's just noted as an expenditure, oh, this is $1.2 million expenditure. It's not that it was fraudulent or fraud or there was an issue with this transaction. I think just throwing it in with everything else could be confusing to even the council people who may or may not be aware of the situation. Even going back, if you are aware, you have to go back and find, what the discrepancy was. So I don't know if that's our internal process or if hopefully we won't have a situation where we have to label something as fraud again, but I can see how that would slip through the cracks if it's noted as an expenditure and nobody's kind of highlighting that this was an appropriate use of money or it was fraudulent.
Well,
That makes
in the 21 audit, it's really highlighted in the footnotes. It goes in details and explain that transaction happened if you look into 21 audit.
Okay. And does it show also, there were other wires that went out. So I guess you highlighted the wires and when they went out and marked those as fraudulent also, or how did that go?
Repeat that again. I know.
I'm under the assumption there are different wires that this money went out at different times, right?
Right, we pointed that out in our disclosure to you that it went out. And also, you remember in the MD&A, management has disclosed that in the front part of the audit also.
Okay.
And they indicate what period of time it was dealt with.
And it's my understanding also to Ms. Councilwoman Ziegler's point that we had processes in place already before this, because what they did was totally not appropriate. They did not follow the protocols we had in place. Correct? Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding, that you had controls in place and you got an email from someone who has authority to request that transaction.
So
And
I
from that
feel
standpoint,
like even in the
from
emails, they didn't follow the process we had. That's kind of how it's just not one person signing off for them and saying, hey, let this wire go, especially wires in those amounts. I've heard that those are uncommon for those type of wires to go out in those big amounts.
In our audit, we did 21, we saw no issues like that. In the first quarter of 2022, that's when this issue came, between July to September. We concentrated on that to make sure there was nothing else going on like that. And then we looked and discussed with everyone the controls that were in place after that point. And based on the work we saw, the controls have been in place to deal with wires in a more,
Right. So even when the initial incident happened, that wasn't our first time sending wires out. Correct. We sent out wires, I would assume. But there were already controls in place. However, I digress, but thank you. And I'll continue to look through. Thank you for your report, and I'll continue to look through it and let you know if I have any questions.
all right.
You said there were some material findings and stuff in the single audit, but you said there's no corrective action. Like, I don't understand how there's material findings and then no corrective action.
The single audit requires corrective action. So your single audit had 2 findings, and both of them were material weaknesses. So a corrective action plan was prepared for those 2. The other findings under government auditing standards were significant deficiencies, and we just put in recommendations in place, and we will be tracking those to see how the city resolves those when we do the audit next year.
So the recommendations is the corrective action
Right.
that should be taken.
No, I want to add something to that. We require that the finance department address each one of those findings. So when you go through your report, you'll see our recommendation.
I see it.
And then you'll see the corrective action that the finance staff says they're going to put in place to deal with our comments. And that is on every finding that we have.
Right, but I guess the question is, and I have a question on pension, but since you're talking about that, and I see that for each of them, right? And each of them refers to, so the financial statements finding, recommendation, we recommend that management design and implement procedures, just policies, controls, to require a full description and documentation of adjusting journal entries, posting to the ERP system. The next one, the first one was adjusting journal entry. This is operating transfers from the general fund. We recommend that the management adhere to approved budgets and properly record transfers of funds at sources. So that's suggesting policies, controls, right? We get to the one about annual budget amendments. We recommend that management adhere to the city policy of establishing an annual budget with approval and recommend the budget amendments. So that's recommended changes to policies, controls. We get to this, the capital asset. We recommend that management design and implement controls, right? When we get to the cyber attack, in the cause of condition, it says, also the city's control environment did not support and allow time for follow-up inquiry and adherence to the city's policies and procedures regarding the processing of urgent requests. But then in the recommendation, there's nothing that talks to that part of the cause of the condition. So you indicated that there are controls in place now. None of that is reflected here. Like, just to talk about technology on something where there's clear, says adherence to the city's policies and procedures regarding the processing of urgent requests, notes that there is an issue with the policy, but on this recommendation, there's nothing regarding policies. Romano and the No, I don't think was an approved vendor. Were they approved vendor? They go through the vendor approval process? That's who was paid in the cyber attack.
All the controls broke down on the cybersecurity.
Right,
So
but in your
the
recommendation,
fictitious-
there's nothing there.
Okay. The recommendation is very general in that you
But it's $1.2
strengthen.
million. It's $1.2 million that went out, and we're still $634,651. No, I'm
Right.
sorry, we still have a net loss of $584,636. So I
So-
hear you,
Yeah,
but I don't see any of that here.
The reason
It
it's not
says
there
city has
is,
implemented additional controls to strengthen the security related to technology. This wasn't just about technology.
well, what we found out after doing our testing in the period we were looking at is that controls were in place. And
They
so-
weren't followed. You
They weren't
acknowledge,
followed
but you
during
acknowledge that here. Also, the city's control environment did not support and allow time for follow-up, inquiry, and adherence to the city's policies. So whatever happened didn't allow for adherence to the city's policies. Like you acknowledge that in the cause of the condition, but there's no recommendation as it relates to that. And all of the other ones have recommendations regarding policies, procedures, controls. Like there's been recommendations, there's clearly issues with different policies, procedures, recommendations, internal controls, and things of that nature. But on the cybersecurity, the recommendation doesn't include anything about internal controls, policies, procedures. You looked at it and the wiring policies and procedures were there. Were they followed? Did they strengthen them? Like none of that is there. And of course, I can't tell you what to put in your audit, but I guess that's where the questions are coming from because it wasn't just about technology.
Well, it's pretty much, I have to agree with you. We probably should have put that in there. But I think when we go in there and report in there what the cause and conditions are and knowing basic internal controls, we have an understanding that those things should be in place. And so,
But on $1.2 million, we can't just rely on understandings, right? Like I hear you, and I've heard what you said during the presentation, and even in your presentation, you acknowledge that the wire procedures weren't followed. Like you acknowledge that there were challenges. I just don't see them here like I see them with the other findings and the other recommendations. The one about equipment and real property management, we recommend that the city enhances policies and procedures to ensure adequate controls, right? I could go through all of them and there's recommendations about policies, procedures, controls for all of them except the cyber attack where we have not recovered all of the funding. And so if staff has done things since then or whatever you found in your audit process, that would be helpful because the only thing that it talks about is staff doing additional controls related to technology and not with the actual procedures and processes regarding that.
We concede that what you're saying is correct, all of that. We focused on it being a cybersecurity incident, a phishing scam, which was an unusual transaction to start off with because the city doesn't get requests like this. Alerts should have gone off starting at the IT level and then continuing through the finance department to really note that this was an unusual transaction. Because it was unusual, it was just handled outside your normal operating channels. That is a material weakness and that is a finding because all the controls broke down. But we do take your point that potentially our recommendation fell short on making more positive action on making certain that the policies and procedures were followed. And part of that is because we did see changes being done automatically once this happened because everybody got scared. Everybody was made aware of this and everybody started looking at everything. So we neglected to put some of those additional comments in this recommendation.
And where do you reflect it as a material finding? So I'm looking at
it. The way the report is drafted, it doesn't say that it is a material finding in the actual finding. You have to go back to the letter, and the letter addresses the finding numbers.
in this
So
report, there's two letters. There's one letter that's what we
Can you
call
go
the
to the
yellow
mic
book.
for the mic?
There's two letters. One is what we call the yellow book in terms of OMB, in which we audit, making sure the financial statement that's being audited under governmental auditing standards, that the controls are in place. And so you have to identify whether or not those controls are significant or material. And so under those controls, if you look at the letter, it identifies those findings as a material weakness in page 1 of this package right here.
Oh, that's the single audit, right?
no, that's the.
Yeah, go to page 1.
But I thought this was a single audit for the grant funds.
The single audit is in the back. This is the yellow book part.
Okay, I'll get clarification later. Oh, the first page where it says independent auditors report.
Right.
Right, and you see the third paragraph, our consideration of internal control, and we've identified this as a material weakness of those findings, 05, 06, and 07.
Where are you reading from?
Look at the last paragraph, last sentence
On which page?
on page 1.
I'll do it offline because I'm not looking at the right letter. Any other questions? Councilmember Shropshire?
Thank you. Is it any way you can go back and add to the audit report? Because I understand what the mayor is saying. If somebody look at this, they're gonna think that there's no procedures or policies in place. So to go back and add the procedure or the policy that staff has put in place to correct the problem.
Right, we'll be glad to do this. Usually, management audits like this, when we come before governance or draft, where we can have discussions like this.
And I
So
think,
we can make those changes for you.
I think that'll be better, to go back and add the procedures and policies that they put in place.
All right, anything else? We have the agenda item. I just lost my agenda. I had notes on it. I'm gonna find it. Oh, there it is. Agenda item, oh, the pension. You mentioned, I thought our pension was close to being fully funded. The unfunded pension was close to being fully funded. You mentioned there were issues with the pension?
There's no issue with the pension at this point.
Oh, okay.
It may be, next year it may be an issue, but right now your pension plan is in pretty good shape.
Right,
For
we're
the year
close to-
audit 2022.
We're close to being fully funded on the unfunded portion, right?
Right.
What percentage are we at now? Do you know?
Well, you're $13 million ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, item number 15. Council discussion and possible action on fiscal year 23 annual financial statement audit services. Was this solicited? Did we do a solicitation for this?
Durbin, Cynthia.
Madam Mayor, question. Who would do the corrective action plan? I know they had talked about that. Is
Oh,
that-
they mentioned the finance department.
So
and
it comes
some
from the
other
finance
stuff.
department? Okay, thank you. I yield.
No problem. They said finance and somebody else, I can't remember. But it's led by the finance department with the department director.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Yes, this was solicited. This was the last time that you all met in regards to the fiscal year 23 audit. This is the engagement letter that they're trying to get approval of.
When was it approved?
Well, it hasn't been approved yet.
No, not the engagement letter, the vendor award.
Which meeting off the top of my head? I apologize. I don't remember. I can. Well, I'm being advised it was December.
And we're in April on the engagement letter?
So from my understanding, Madam Mayor, they can't proceed with the engagement letter unless the previous audit was finalized.
We did the one for 22, while they were working on 21.
Just letting you know what I was advised in reference to that part of it.
This is gonna have to, I don't know if there's a consent on this, or whether to go to the consent agenda or the agenda for discussion. Let me pull it up, the amounts. Does anybody have any questions? Mr. Brown, you're,
The only, not a question, Madam Mayor, but an observation and maybe a statement. Whatever we do, I think we should move as quickly as we can. The audit is very important. We get started, especially on the FY 23. We have bankers and some bond financing that we'd like for the council to consider at a later date. So right now, we need to move forward on all of this. This was competitively bidded out. The council's already awarded this, well, they've already recommended TAB and TAB to be the FY23 auditor. We'd like to get this moving, so. That's all I'd like to say. That's it.
Having said that, if it pleases the council, I ask that we put this on the consent agenda.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. It is $150,000 max.
Either my search didn't reveal it, I just did a control F and I'm scrolling through. Am I overlooking the dollar amount in this engagement letter, either legal or staff? No, that's a different one. That's for the change order.
It's on page 7 of the engagement letter at the very bottom, the last paragraph.
The fee is estimated to be $150. Okay. Any questions? No, we
Mayor,
have,
do we have the engagement letter somewhere in this? Where is it? No. Okay. Okay.
all right, Madam City Clerk, you can put this 15 on the
I have a question. So if it's going on the agenda, what are we looking for?
I just don't think people have had an opportunity to read the engagement letter that's attached. to
Okay, so once they read it, then if it's okay, can it be moved to the consent on Monday? Okay.
All righty, that takes us to item number 19. Mr. Brown, that's the rezoning for 2741 Church Street.
Yeah, if we can get the planning department to come forward, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
The case before you is 2741 Church Street. Oh. (2741 Church Street), case number 2024 RZ-001-01. Lizzie's, the applicant is Lizzie's Cigar Boutique and Tasting Room. The zoning is CR, Commercial Redevelopment. The applicant's request is to rezone the subject property from CR, Commercial Redevelopment, to MXCI, Mixed Use Commercial Industrial District, to establish a cigar smoke shop. The current zoning map shows this parcel is also CR, Commercial Redevelopment in the Downtown Overlay District. The future land use designation is Traditional Urban Neighborhood. Planning Commission recommends to deny this applicant's request to rezone the subject property from CR Commercial Development to MXCI Mixed Use Industrial Commercial District to establish a cigar smoke shop due to the incompatibility with the Comprehensive Plan 2022-23 approved by City Council. MXCI is not a typical zoning district in the traditional urban neighborhood future land use designation. And yes, ma'am, this applicant is present.
Councilmember Freely.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The planning commission recommended denial. I'm sorry, I wasn't looking. Did staff recommend denial as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I see the applicants are here. They've been here patiently. If you like, you can share anything tonight. This item will be on the agenda for Monday because it has to have a public hearing. You'll also have an opportunity to talk during the public hearing. But at this time, staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission are recommending denial of your rezoning request. So if there's anything you'd like to share with council tonight, you can, or again, it has to have a public hearing on Monday. And so you will have an opportunity to speak during the public hearing. Councilmember Butler.
Yes, I do have a question. What is the current zoning for the East Point Print Shop?
I believe it's CR, commercial redevelopment.
So what does commercial redevelopment mean?
Commercial redevelopment basically consists of your bottom retail, for the most part, with the residential units above. It's more like a mixed use type development.
How does that coalesce with what the comprehensive plan says? Because what you said, the basis for the denial was because of the comprehensive plan. And could you define what the comprehensive plan zoning is again, what the comp plan says?
Okay,
Because I think, and I don't want, that's what I'm asking. What did you say it again? When you went back, show us the slide again with the comprehensive plan.
now, once again, the applicant is requesting to go from commercial redevelopment to MXCI.
Yes, but show me your slide where you showed me the comprehensive plan. No, yeah, let me help her say sometimes. Show me the slide that you just showed me. Right.
Just a slide.
Yes, that one. So it says future land use traditional urban neighborhood. So my question, that Church Street, we have mixed, CR properties. How does that correlate to a traditional urban neighborhood? Or is the plan, tell me, I asked the question, go ahead, answer.
Well, the MXCI, which is the applicant's request, is not the mixed-use commercial industrial district. It's not a zoning district. It's not a zoning category allowed within the traditional urban neighborhood.
So, but my question is, why would they need to go through rezoning to MX if they're already commercial retail, CR? And then we have other CR properties on that site. Why would you make them go through zoning? And so my question is, if you go all up Church Street, you have commercial properties. We go to the far end, we have the hardware store, we have East Point Printing, we have the food store, we have a lot of commercial, we have the auto repair place, all of that's on Church. So then now you're saying that this property is for urban neighborhood. My question is, all of those things seem to conflict with that unless I'm not understanding what the definition is.
Well, within the actual CR, the cigar smoke shop is not allowed.
That's not my question.
And the MXCI allows.
Yeah, so my question is regarding all of the properties. that we mentioned, how do they reconcile with traditional urban neighborhood? No, let's take the applicant out, because I want to get a complete understanding of urban neighborhood, right? To me, that means residential. Does that not mean that, or does that mean something else?
That's correct. It consists of residential.
Okay, and it sounds like it may consist of more. Go ahead.
Yes, it consists of residential, some commercial. If I'm not mistaken, C1, some C1, C2. But it does not consist of any industrial district.
Right, so what would a restaurant be?
Mostly your C1, your rest,
So would a restaurant be CR?
or a CR. It would be allowed within a CR.
So why would you make them, if it's a restaurant bar and they happen to have a tobacco license, why would you make them rezone to industrial, MX?
Because within our zoning district, with the applicant's request, the MXCI is what's allowed. They're allowed that use within that zoning district. It is
So-
not allowed.
So here's my question, and I want you to take it back and do your homework. Tobacco licenses are issued by the state. If this customer was coming to make a restaurant or a bar, it would be CR per my understanding, which they would not have to come through to get rezoned. Could you please have that answer for me the next time we speak? So I'm
Yes,
clear.
yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. So what is, this is zone for C1? What is it zone for?
The current zoning is CR,
CR,
ma'am.
commercial
redevelopment.
redevelopment.
Yes, ma'am.
So so I would assume that it's been rezoned several times, correct? Or this is the first? So what I'm saying is, when they come up with the comp plan, they redo things, right? They redo the comp plan.
Yes, ma'am.
So that means that the print shop, Ace Hardware was already there. Was it always commercial, what is it? Commercial redevelopment. Was it always zoned that way?
This particular parcel?
No,
Or
this whole area.
the parcels within that?
That area, this area, was it always zone commercial redevelopment?
Councilmember Shropshire, I'll have to admit, I would have to check to
Okay.
make sure.
Okay, and you said that restaurants can go, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But because it's not technically a restaurant, it's a.
It's a cigar smoke shop and
That's it.
lounge, tasting.
Exactly. So it's not really a restaurant, it's a cigar smoke shop. And cigar smoke shop are only allowed in certain areas.
Per the plan, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and this is the area, one of the areas that is not allowed, because then it's gonna require a different rezoning, which means that anything within the industrial,
The MXCI,
MS could come in this area.
that's correct.
Once you, and once you rezone it. So that's where it's going. So if you rezone it, then it's gonna open it up for other things to come that's in that MXI. And I know the neighborhood wouldn't want that. Thank you.
Is the cigar shop specifically prohibited and not listed as a prohibition in our zoning ordinance? I didn't have a chance to pull it up real quick. You said it's not allowed.
It's not allowed in the CR.
Is it a specific prohibition or like, it's just not listed as one of the permitted uses? Is
That's
that what it
correct.
is? Okay, so because it's not listed as a permitted use, the place where it is listed as a permitted use is MXCI.
Yes, ma'am.
How much parking is behind this building? How many parking spaces?
It's not many. I would have to,
So where would people park?
in our meeting with the applicant, it was basically proposed to us that they would be actually obtaining free parking from the church facility.
What church facility?
Uh,
Oh, the Sword of the Lord.
the one up past the print shop. Where am I at? Right, yeah, right here.
Church, right?
I park there every morning.
Yeah, that's the Sword of the Lord.
Yeah.
Right there. I think that's what it's called.
Israelite,
Next to the Leafy Green Market. Oh, okay. Yeah. The applicants, I don't see anybody else. And I've noticed that they move closer to the front. I don't know if there's anything you want to share tonight or if you want to wait till Monday. But there are clearly questions about the rezoning request. You don't have to say anything. I'm just giving you an opportunity. No decisions will be made tonight. We'll be discussing this again on Monday. Press the button for me.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. I would really love to answer some of those questions that you, I'm sorry, Damon Phillips. I would really love to answer some of those questions that you asked the gentleman. So if you'd ask those questions again, I've got answers for you. The only reason why we're applying for rezoning is because we were told in order for us to sell tobacco, we had to be rezoned into the mixed-use industrial. However, the resource that was given to us when looking into zoning is called Law Insider. That's what they use to look into the different pieces of the ordinance. If you go under Law Insider and you look up specialty retail, which is what we're zoned for as under CR, the example is tobacco shops. It's okay. It's all right. It's a resource. It's a resource that
City
zoning and planning gave us.
Madam City Attorney, are you familiar with Law Insider?
I'm not familiar.
Doesn't sound like a source that we would use, but I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Is that just an online page or
It's
something?
what they provided us when they told us to look for examples under the ordinances that they
Who is
gave
they?
us. The Planning and Zoning Committee, the department. That's what they use to look up the ordinances. So we looked up.
So we use East Point Muni Code to look up our ordinances.
Correct. If you look up we're under 10075.
You said Law Insider. That's not.
That's the resource they use to help define what specialty retail, which is what we're approved for under CR. Specialty
Mr.
retail.
Lee, are you familiar with Law Insider? What's the code number for this? 10 dash what?
10075.
(10-20).
I'm sorry. Yep, 10-20. If you go down to number 28, you'll see specialty retail.
But again, this isn't Law Insider. So I'm going to East Point Muni Code, which is where our ordinances are codified. 10-2075.
It's the CR zoning district.
Correct.
Madam City Attorney, do we define retail sales specialty anywhere in the?
That's what I'm looking
That's
at,
not
the
Law
definitions.
Insider.
I'm looking in the definitions currently for that. Retail sales establishment, comma, bulk merchandise, retail sales establishment, comma, general merchandise, retail sales establishment, comma, household, and retail sales specialty are defined. Specifically, retail sales specialty, which is what he's referring to in subsection 28, provides retail operations that specialize in one type or line of merchandise. Such stores may include, but are not limited to, apparel stores, jewelry stores, bookstores, shoe stores, stationery stores, antique stores, and similar establishment. Retail use, which is a separate definition that may be helpful for the conversation, is a business whose primary purpose is the sale of merchandise to consumers.
So, are you there, attorney? Are you there representing?
No, I'm just a project manager.
Oh, okay. So, I'm not sure about Law Insider, but that's our definition for retail sales and specialty, and it doesn't include cigars. So, I think the reason why staff suggested to you, because of your desire to have a cigar lounge, that you would have to do MXC1 CI, because that's the zoning district that we have that would allow it. But not that you had to do it. It's just where you are is not allowed currently, so you wouldn't be able to do it without doing anything. And so it's gone through the process, and staff has recommended denial. Planning and Zoning Commission has recommended denial. And then on Monday, there will be a public hearing where the community or anyone will be able to speak. You as the applicant will be able to speak as well. I call for those who are in favor and give them opportunity to speak, and then I call for those who are against, and then we close and you'll be able to speak as part of the favor side. We close the public hearing, and then council decides whether or not action will be taken at that time. But that is, I just wanted to clear on the record, like what definitions we're using and whether or not cigar is actually a part of
Can you read
28.
Can she read the second part of the definition for me again?
Hold on just a moment, because your light is green. I have Councilmember Freeman, Councilmember Butler, after the city attorney. Yeah, go out. I wanted to catch the order before you all went.
You want the definition for specialty retail or the definition for specialty use?
Specialty
I'm sorry,
use.
retail use.
It's retail use.
And mind you, this is in Muni Code under Chapter 2 of the zoning regulations. Retail use is defined as a business whose primary purpose is the sale of merchandise to consumers. Madam Mayor, if I can, I did want to point out that under your MXCI, which allows cigar shops, another permitted use in that district is tasting room. And so it's important to understand that retail is not the only use that would be happening at this location. And so this is not the only definition that's applicable to the application.
Tasting room and cigar, which both are under MXCI and not under the current commercial redevelopment.
That's correct. As you know, I represent the Planning Commission, and so in our meeting, and I'm not taking a position either way, I'm just saying full picture is there's retail use, there's a tasting room, and there's also the service restaurant that Councilmember Butler talked about earlier. Coffee shop, I do believe there was mentioned to be desserts. And so there are multiple uses. Retail is one of them.
Councilmember Freeman and Councilmember Butler.
Hi, thank you for coming. Just so it's clear, I live about a block away from this location, so I have an interest in it. But can you, what is being tasted in the tasting room?
So we use the term tasting room just for whatever you eat, a cigar or dessert. If you look at the definitions that the city has for tasting room, it's for someone who grows fruits in their farm and then makes wine. We're definitely not doing that. That's just the language that's in the ordinance under the tasting room. We use the word tasting room to say that whatever you're tasting, whether it's a cigar or a dessert or coffee. So that's just language. It's not, we're not trying to become a winery. That's what the language is in the ordinance.
Okay, so you don't intend to serve alcohol, because I understood that was part of the plan.
So after meeting with the commission, there has been a lot of comparisons to what we're trying to do to another business in East Point. In fact, we've been held to a standard that they set with their business. So we are not that business at all, but for some reason throughout the entire process, we've been compared to this other business.
I'm not comparing you. I'm just asking, are you intending to serve alcohol? Is that?
Initially we were, but we don't have to. We're open to not selling alcohol at all, since that seems to be a point of contention for the commission.
Okay. So you, at this point, it's just cigars and desserts.
Our only reason for being here today is because we were told that we had to change our zoning to sell cigars.
Yes, sir, because what you want to do is not allowed under commercial redevelopment, right? So in order to try to have you go through a process that would allow your business concept to be considered, it would not be able to be considered during commercial redevelopment, the current zoning. So you keep going back to that as if you're here because you shouldn't be here. You're here because if you weren't here, you definitely wouldn't be able to do what you want to do. And they gave you an option to try to explore to do what you want to do for a property that you purchased that is already zoned commercial redevelopment that does not allow what you want to do to be done. So maybe the real estate, the realtor, or the real estate attorney, maybe somebody didn't communicate that to you all before you started about what the current zoning is and what's allowed. But the reason you're here is because you shared a concept and staff has said the MXCI district is where it would be allowed. And you just said you're tasting, what the tasting room that you're doing, it doesn't meet the definition. But that's also something that should be looked at before, because that's what we consider a tasting room in East Point. So maybe it's the cigar and desserts. I don't know what else you could do, but like the staff is not making you be here. You have options. So Councilmember Freely, are you done?
Yeah, I just want to be clear. So the intent at this point is that you do not intend to seek an alcohol license.
That's correct.
Councilmember Butler.
Thank you. This is a question for the city attorney. I went to Muni Code under section 10-2075, commercial redevelopment, and it says permitted uses, art galleries, artisan workshops. It has banks, barbershop, brew pubs, chapter 1 alcohol beverage, child care learning, church, country inn, food store, funeral home, hotel, motel, hotel apartment, laundry, libraries, movie theater, museum, nightclub, office business, office professional, pawn shop, pet shop, retail sales, housing, studio arts, tasting room, theater room, all of those things. So am I reading that correctly? So he could put a nightclub there without going through the rezoning process?
Yes, based on your CO.
We don't allow nightclubs at East Point.
According to what this says right here, according to our CR, we do allow nightclubs. It's right here in the Muni Code.
According to 10-2075, a nightclub is a permitted use.
Thank you.
Councilmember. Okay, I don't see any other lights. Any other questions? Councilmember Martin.
Thank you. I wanted to wait until Monday, but I have read the comments from the community about this particular property, and I wanted to know if the owners would be amenable to probably having something else there that's a bit more neighborhood friendly. I think the whole cigar tasting room does pose an issue. I received a couple of telephone calls. One person even suggested a wine and coffee shop or something that was more on the lines of busboys and poets in Washington, D.C., but they just were not really, just different people in the community. And this is something for you all to go back and marinate or think about, but just people from the community were not really receptive of the cigar lounge tasting room. And then, I mean, it is only a few feet from our city hall downtown, other businesses that are located in the area. So it's just something to go back, maybe bounce some ideas, and maybe just think about changing the direction of this, because it was not approved with our, my thought escapes me, but it was not approved through those channels as it currently is. But just something to go back and think about, maybe a bookstore, or just something that the community could fully embrace. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Councilman Stratford.
Thank you. You say you're the project manager?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the owner here?
She's right here.
Can you?
Hello, my name is Ramona Fenner. I'm the owner.
So, when you met with the community, correct?
We've been meeting people in the community, yes.
So did they express their concerns for us with the cigar shop, or is it anything that they that you all could agree upon?
Not sure, but we did say, like I said, we listened to them. The thing that we agreed on is that we would change the hours. We wanted to make the hours to 2 a.m. We said we would change it to 11 a.m., 12 o'clock on weekends. We also said that we would not serve alcohol if that was a concern, because that was one of their major concerns, was having alcohol and parking. And we said that we would not have alcohol.
So you're saying the community agreed upon the.
We haven't been able to put that before the community, but we would
Oh.
like to put that before the community.
Okay. So if the community don't agree upon with that, is it any other thing that you could possibly do that's that the community would accept? I think, because here's the thing, I think it's the cigar is what gets them. So maybe if you can do a spa, a restaurant,
It's not, that's not in my heart to do.
I'm
But
just throwing out suggestions.
Yeah.
A coffee shop, or a sweet shop, or something like that that they can agree upon without having to change the zoning. Because let's say once the zoning is changed and you go out of business, then that opens up the neighborhood for other things to come in that they possibly would not want. So I would suggest strongly, because is going to the community just to get feedback on what is it that you can put that they would accept and they can support that could go there, because you purchased this building. And I know you want to get your investment returns. So from this standpoint, I fully understand the community. I fully understand their thought and where the heartburn is. It's the fact that it's a smoke shop. That's the heartburn.
And
So-
I understand and I fully understand that. I am a member of my HOA.
And
I'm
possibly alcohol.
Yeah, well, we don't want to do alcohol. We said we would not do alcohol because of what we heard the community. We don't want to do that. We want to be, I'm a part of my HOA, so I understand, the concerns of the neighborhood. And because I am a part of the HOA, I want to engage the community and give them something they want. But that doesn't mean that I want to risk my desires as well, because the reason why I wanted a smoke shop is because I've met great people in the community, from this very community, at the smoke shop. And the reason, and for networking and other purposes, I'm reaching retirement age. And I would like to have a place for people my age to meet. So it's not a young person's hobby. It's for people who are older and mature, who want to enjoy, sit down, have a smoke, and have conversations. It's not a club. Yeah, of course, we'll have special events for, because I've done them before. I've been a part of another smoke shop, and I've done fundraisers for cancer awareness. I've done fundraisers for HBCUs. I've done fundraisers for the homeless and feeding the homeless and all those type things. The reason for it is because in my retirement, I want to have a place that I can do some of those events out of and serve the community as well. It's not about just smoking. It's about networking and having a place where older people can come and serve the community.
Okay. Thank you.
So where are we on the zoning code rewrite? I do see the nightclub in 10675 commercial redevelopment, which is near residential. I'm not sure why we still have that use by residential. And so the zoning code rewrite was something that we talked about a long time ago that needs to be done. And there may be items that we might need to address prior to that. But like, where are we on that? Sir, thank you so much. I kind of moved on. This will be on the agenda for Monday. There'll be a public hearing. You'll be having an opportunity to speak, as well as anybody here who wants to speak for and against. We'll be able to speak at that time. We'll close the public hearing, and then council will decide what action, if any, it wants to take.
Well, I wanted to respond to what she said, what the Councilman Shropshire said. If we change to a coffee shop and a dessert bar, which is where I was headed, is that acceptable under CR?
I mean, they just read all of the uses. I don't recall them. It's retail. I know it's restaurant. Like, you could talk back with staff with that. I don't know.
Okay.
It's coffee and desserts. I'm not necessarily. Also, we're in the middle of a rezoning process, so I don't have any issues.
He could talk with staff about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And frame that up perfectly for the council to consider next week. So
Okay.
you can speak with the planning staff and
Okay.
go from there. In terms of your other question, Mayor, about the rewrite, I know that this is ongoing. I'll have to give you an update on when. So.
And there may be some things we need to address sooner rather than later, though. So thank you all for being here this evening. The council meeting starts at 6:30 on Monday. The public hearings are at the top of the agenda before public comments, but after presentations, and that's set by our ordinance, but you all will be in our public hearing section. Okay.
Thank you.
Did you have something, City Attorney? I'm sorry.
It was a few comments ago. It was just that there is an ordinance in your zoning code that provides that nightclubs are to be 500 feet from a residence or office resident district boundary. So I just wanted to address that. While they are allowed in this district, I believe the C2 and the MX C1, it requires some distance from residential.
The CR doesn't.
No. So nightclubs are allowed in multiple districts.
Oh, and wherever they are, they have to have the distance requirement. Okay, thank you. So they wouldn't be allowed here. Because the residence is right back in the back of it. And right, I'm saying the nightclub, which they're not asking for. But that came up, so I just want to be clear that wouldn't be allowed at this location because our distance requirement. But that's not what the applicant is asking for, so that's kind of like a sidebar. Thank you. All right, so we took item number 19 is agenda for public hearing. Get through, we did 1:15 is going to the agenda. Next is East Point Workforce Development, Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Dunn, he was the representative here from Fulton County Workforce Development. He had to leave. And he is asking, I'm going to ask if we can move this to next Monday. And he said he'll be able to come back.
Is there an ask with it, or is he just sharing with us the county's program?
I'm sorry.
I said, will there be an ask with it, or is he just sharing with us the county's program?
It
I
could
see the
potentially-
flyer that you provided
Yes,
us.
it is an ask, and he'll be doing a presentation. So yes, it's an ask, and it'll be a presentation that goes along with it.
Okay.
So do I make a motion to move? Well,
You
what we
can
just did.
we'll
Okay.
just put the East Point Workforce Development as a presentation for the 15th, Madam Deputy.
Thank you,
City
Madam
Clerk.
Mayor. Yeah.
Mhm. Today, I received a call from the executive director of African American Mayors Association sharing an opportunity that would ultimately result in receipt of a $30,000 grant for tools to convene life-changing financial literacy forums and develop strategies that increase long-term economic mobility for communities. It also provides necessary knowledge and skills to define economic mobility, apply leading tools and insights to our city, and create financial literacy forums on different topics such as home ownership, insurance, land use appraisals, student loans, trust and wills, and wealth management. And so the opportunity comes with a $30,000 grant to support economic mobility initiative or issues within the city, and also a virtual fellow to assist and provide support with the initiatives. And so it is something that will kick off this month in April. While I could use staff within my office, I think the work that Yolanda Johnson has been doing to help connect over 1,200 people to resources within this city or outside the city that they need, as well as helping people become housed and the need for financial literacy. I mentioned it to our interim city manager and bringing it forward tonight to share with council, because I would like to have approval to have city staff support the planning and implementation of the initiative. It is a 12-month initiative, so it's divided into two sections. The first 6 months is like listening sessions and learning more about the different areas that I mentioned, homeownership, opportunities and resources, insurance, student loans, wealth management. I think it's about 6. And then either providing support for a project or initiative that already exists, or also helping create or modify those to then have an implementation phase for 6 months where the $30,000 can be used. It is a no match grant, so it's 100% just funding that can be used in the city for the work that is being done to help provide services and supports to our residents. And this is geared towards, again, wealth management and also upward mobility efforts that help actually provide the necessary tools for wealth creation, as well as developing tools for poverty reduction. And so, again, they called me today. They'll be announcing later this month at the African American Mayors Association conference that'll be here, annual conference that'll be here in Atlanta. But I would like to be able to have city staff support. And I've talked to Mr. Brown, whether it's, I think Ms. Johnson would be helpful, but whomever, I think this is an opportunity to get $30,000 in funding that can go to help support our residents. Mr. Brown, you were about to say something?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I was going to say that I spoke with Mayor earlier about this particular program. I think it fits well in the Office of Equity Inclusion. And so for that, if the council so approves, we'll be working with this program. So.
I'm asking that either we take care of tonight or put it on the consent agenda for Monday. But so we can move forward with submitting the documentation for consideration, and then hopefully ultimately award of a no match $30,000 fund. Councilmember Shropshire.
So let me ask, so the ask is, we can take action tonight so they can go ahead on and apply for the grant?
The information needed so that we can get the award. So it's approved city staff support for the plan and implementation of the African American Mayors Association Economic Mobility Leadership Institute Initiative, and that's the $30,000.
That's the motion. So move.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Discussion. Member Freely.
Yeah, I'm trying to be clear. So are we guaranteed the $30,000 or are we applying as one of many applicants?
So they reached out and extended the opportunity to apply, but I'm almost certain we'll receive it. So we just have to submit the paperwork, and then it'll be announced later this month.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next is update on policing. I saw our police chief come in.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Manager, City Attorney. Sean Buchanan, Chief of Police. Going to go over a couple of things. We sent an email out earlier. We was been in promotion process for the last 2 or 3 months. We finally completed the promotional process. We've had several vacancies for about 2 years, but we didn't want to fill those vacancies prior to having the staff to support the rank. So now we have the staff. We did the promotions. We're having a ceremony on Thursday where we'll be pinning everyone and saying some words. So I highly invite you all and encourage you all, if you can make it, please do. Illegal dumping, I know that's been a big issue, so we took a good look at things. We have enough cameras to put in every illegal dumping site, so that should kind of clear up that matter. It's about to burn up in here. Yes, I'm sweating too. It's hot. Lord have mercy. We are looking at having a code meeting on the 5th Monday, which is April 29th. What we want to do, we took a look at some things. A lot of people have a lot of code enforcement questions about how we enforce. What do we do? What is our true purpose of code enforcement? So what we would like to do is invite all the code enforcement inspectors, our code enforcement officers, sanitation, planning and zoning inspectors, building inspectors, and just give a really good information session on what we do, how we operate, what type of violations we try to handle, and just make the community and the business owners feel a lot better about what we do and can work with us, and let them know we're not working against you. We want to work with you to make sure we have a well-maintained city. We're looking at the last Monday of the month, which is the 29th. We'll probably put it on the email. Eye in the Sky, our real-time crime center, the cameras are already being put up, but the construction starts inside the building on Monday. That should not take more than 2 weeks. We're just knocking down one wall to make more space to get everything up and operating. So that'll start Monday. We're also looking at the social worker. We're trying to just make sure we have enough calls for mental health and work out the hours of operations and things of that nature, but we're definitely looking at that. Our accreditation for the state, it's time for us to be reaccredited. So either it's going to happen at the end of this month or next month, but I'll let everyone know. We're just trying to get a definitive date. And that's all I have in terms of our update for policing.
Thank you, Chief. Councilmember Cumming.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Chief Buchanan.
Good evening.
Question, the graduation, what time is the pending ceremony?
It's from 6 to 7 p.m. this Thursday. I think we sent you an email this afternoon, but if we didn't, please let me know.
Okay. And it's going to be where at?
I'm sorry. It's going to be here. I'm sorry. It's going to be right
Okay,
here at City
all
Hall.
right. And once you knock that wall out, will you be hiring any additional operators?
I'm sorry. Say it again.
Once the new communication system, once that new center is built, will you still have enough staff? Will they still they'll need hiring for that as well?
So what we're doing is in July, we're looking at expanding the police department, but we've already assigned people to that real-time crime center.
Okay.
So we're looking at going up in our numbers overall.
All right, thank you. I yield.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your presentation. So the last time you were here, Chief, I asked about, that was March 18th, I asked about the mental health component, and I think the mayor mentioned something about student interns. Can you give us a brief synopsis of where we are on that?
So I will tell you, we're looking at right now, just making sure we have the correct hours of operation based on our call volume. So I will continue to give you an update on that as we go along. I think the mayor mentioned Georgia State has some interns that could really assist us, and we would really like the assistance, so that'd be great.
All right, and then my follow-up question is, it's going to be twofold. I'm glad to hear that you're expanding the police department, but last time I also asked about code enforcement. It was a meeting recently, and we talked about those additional code enforcement officers. Can you tell us a little bit about what that looks like as far as tying it all together?
Okay, so this morning, actually, I had a meeting with Mr. Brown, the city manager. We're looking at all code enforcement. We're not going to turn down any additional officers that we can get just to make things more efficient and effective. I did reach out to South Fulton. They currently have 11, but we're looking at doing, I believe, maybe some combining of resources within the city. And so as I continue to meet with the city manager, I'll have more information on our code enforcement.
All right, and then my last question is, just going back to July, expanding the police department. What about the salary? The salary for code enforcement officers, you talked about expanding those departments. Are we where we need to be as far as salaries are concerned?
So we just had a meeting.
And if not, how do we get there?
Yeah, Deputy City Manager, Ms. Jessie, and they said they did a space study. But what we want to do is bring our code enforcement salaries up to meet that of detention officers and our 911 operators. That is very important. I think they were a part of the pay study because we just need some kind of pay equity in terms of those ranks, in terms of those positions. Because code enforcement is a very difficult job. We looked at other salaries and what they make in other cities. So we want to make sure we're competitive.
All right, and I guess this question would be for Mr. Interim City Manager. What steps need to be taken to make those salaries more competitive so that we can get the best people in here for code enforcement? Because I know what I am attempting to do for the litter issue in the ward that I represent, but with the meeting with entities involved, our city attorney, something that came about in that meeting was the hiring of additional code enforcement officers, but we also need to make sure that that pay is equitable. So how do we go about that, Mr. City Manager,
Well,
Mr. Interim City Manager?
Well, obviously, pay is a very important component of ensuring that our staff is paid and it's competitive. But we normally do this through a study. We look at a pay plan. We look at the market. We look at union contracts and those kinds of things. And we base our decisions on facts and data and to make sure that we don't have inversion or problems with paying someone more than someone else. And so I know that we have a study that's ongoing. It's called Evergreen, if I'm not mistaken. And I know that HR is working on that. Maybe perhaps I can get a timeline on when we're going to bring that to the council for approval. And hopefully we can provide that as part of our budget discussions that we're about to go into. So,
But wasn't there a study done already and these people? Yeah, and but I remember something that code enforcement was supposed to already receive a bump up in salary.
I'm not aware of it, but I'm sure we can do some
have
research
chief-
and find
were they-
out.
Did they receive it? Were they scheduled to receive it?
So what we did, when we had problems in our 911 center back in December, and also hiring jail staff, we bumped their salaries. Consistently, all of those different divisions make equity the same pay, basically. So we just have not got to that yet. But I did speak with Deputy City Manager about bringing those up to that salary. And I think you said in a couple of months, we're going to go over the study, I believe, is what.
So I know it's going to take a couple of months, but what is that doing as far as the morale for those officers that have not received the bump up yet? And how long does that, because I know how I would feel. And I know as an educator, we get an increase every year. You can look at the salary scale and decide, maybe this year I'll go and work in Fulton because of the pay. Right now, the top dollar county right now is Gwinnett. So everyone is going over to Gwinnett because they can make $3,000 or $4,000 more based upon their salaries. But I guess if everyone in your department received their bump up in pay besides code enforcement, I mean, should we look at providing them the salary bump up?
I think that's very likely. And we would take it under advisement. I just know that if we look at bumping up code compliance, we have to have a business reason to do it when we look at pay equity issues across the organization, because what we don't want to have happen is someone grieve in another part of the town or part of the city's operations because we've bumped up code compliance. Now, obviously, I'm partial to code compliance because I spent 10 years doing that kind of work. So I'm very for them getting what they deserve. But I'm also ensuring that we use an even-handed approach when we look at compensation, total compensation, not just wage and salary, but total compensation to make sure we're competitive and that we can keep our employees here at East Point. So that's what I'll be looking at, and I'll work with the council members to do so.
Okay, and when will you be able to bring something back? Because I thought that I heard the chief say that everyone received a bump up in pay except for this particular group. Did I hear you correctly or no?
Yes, I haven't spoken with Mr. Brown about it. I don't want to, but I have not
okay.
spoken with him about it. But we have had some conversation. So we were looking for a couple of months, I believe, and we're going to go continue.
Yeah, because we want to keep the staff that we have and not
Sure.
ruin their morale.
I agree.
Thank you.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. I know the city has talked about a salary compensation that the staff is already working on, and it's done in 10 years or, Ms. Jessie, how is it done? I'll come out.
Yeah, good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. Councilmember Shropshire, you're correct. We are currently working with Evergreen Solutions, and I provided you all with some background information so that the new council members could sort of be brought up to speed on what's transpired so far. Where we left off near the end of the year was for the council to decide which starting salary you wanted to choose, either $17 an hour or $20 an hour. Those were the $2 amounts on the table. And we can bring back the recommendations plus the revised job descriptions, which Evergreen Solutions has been working on. We just need to get that scheduled. And I can get with city manager and we can get a date to bring it back. The idea was to include it in with the budget, this first phase, which would include most of the people in the police department, except police officers, because you've been increasing their pay pretty much, but this would be code enforcement officers, 911 operators, detention officers, and some select clerical staff. And of course, laborers and solid waste employees, those people who are near the, at the lowest rungs of the pay plan.
Thank you. So since we're getting ready to go into the budget season, then I would suggest that it come back so we can make a selection on which one we want to choose moving forward, so it can be in the budget and they will get their increase if they will get their increase once the new budget go into effect. Secondly, squatters. The state passed it hasn't been signed by the governor yet, but they have a squatters thing in place. Are you familiar with that? Can you?
Yes, so I'm just waiting for the governor to sign it because we can actually treat it as a criminal offense versus a civil matter, and that's the biggest thing, and we're dealing with prior to this new bill or law they're trying to pass, squatters was truly considered a civil situation. Now, we treat it a little bit different based on the situations, because if you go on vacation, you come back, somebody's in your house, we can physically prove, hey, they're not supposed to be there. But what was occurring is, in a lot of these vacant properties, we wasn't aware that people were even in those properties for 3 to 6 months. Or in the situation where you saw DeKalb County, when a lady went on military leave for a year, she was gone a year or so, no one had an idea. But because now it's going to be treated as a criminal matter, that's going to give us the teeth and the things we need in order to make sure we can evict these people immediately and arrest them for burglary.
So so the process, is it that it takes 3 days, or what's the process of once you've identified somebody has complained that there's a squatter in the house?
So I want to make sure I give the correct answer. So I'm not sure what is the process,
Okay.
but once the governor signs, I'll have all the information, because they're going to place it out in law. But the biggest thing is we now can treat it like a crime.
Okay.
So that's the biggest issue. Before, we couldn't legally, we could, get around things, but it's very difficult to treat it as a crime based on how long a person had been there. But now what this is going to eliminate that from occurring. So the length of time is not going to be a factor anymore.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Chief, for your report. Thrilled to hear about the meeting with the community and businesses on code enforcement. I think, that will be very helpful. I think you'll probably hear a lot from the community, so just make sure everybody's prepared. And I know you're working on a date, but where do you think you'll hold this?
Here, I just think in terms of what the capacity can hold, this be probably the best facility to do it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
No problem. And we'll finalize that by Wednesday this week.
Councilmember Ziegler.
Thank you. So going back to the squatters issue. So, if the landlord can say that I did not approve these people to live here, is there a way that they can be removed, or do they have to go through the civil I know that there's this law now, but.
So you're talking about currently.
Mm-hmm.
So let me kind of do a quick. So if a person, let me give you some examples. You go on a 2-week vacation. You come back, there are people in your house. It's obvious they're not supposed to be there. That's a very easy task. We can arrest people for burglary because we know they unlawfully enter your home. But the problem occurs, say you was gone for a year, or there's a rental house that's been vacant for a while, and someone moves in that house, presents a fraudulent lease. That's where it becomes a very difficult situation to enforce, because we, first of all, have to prove the lease is fraudulent and it's new or should have known. If you have a lease for 6 months and the total bill is $4,000, you knew or should have known something was not right with that lease. That's a big issue, okay? So it still unfortunately becomes civil, because by law, we have to take them to court, or the owner has to take them to court to have them formally evicted. There was a thing called, I can't even remember the name, but you know what I'm talking about, with the intruder affidavit. So we thought that was going to be effective, but after looking at it, meeting with Fording County, meeting with the sheriff department, that's also equally challenging. So you may not be able to realize this, but Georgia has a lot of squatters because of all the 19,000 homes are owned by corporations, 3 corporations in Georgia, especially the metropolitan area of Atlanta. So because this dilemma, that's why they're coming up with this criminal law, because these individuals are making it difficult for everybody. So we actually, I know California doesn't have anything like this. So I'm so happy that we're looking at having a law. I'm just hoping the governor signs it in action where we can legally take action immediately. And we was trying to deal with this through a squatter hotline, but truthfully, we're one of the only cities that even dealt with this. Most other cities considered it a civil issue and wouldn't even do anything about it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
I was just gonna weigh in on the squatters law. That was House Bill 1017. It was sent to the governor on April 2nd. It doesn't indicate that he signed it yet, but it has passed both the House and the Senate. And I think not only Councilwoman Ziegler, but Councilwoman Shropshire wanted to know what happens. They have 3 days to present a valid lease. If they cannot, they can be charged with a misdemeanor, which, as you know, has up to a 12-month sentence of imprisonment and or up to $1,000 fine. And they will be subject for arrest if they're unable to provide the documentation required by the subsection. And this is the proposed law that was sent to the governor.
All right, I don't see any other lights. Thanks, Chief. You took out item number 4, update on policing, and 9, squatters in East Point. You want that on the May work session in case? He has until what, July 1st?
Yes.
is that?
Yes, that's correct. Thank y'all very much. I'm here, so if you need me, I'll be in the other room. Thank you.
Wait a minute, Chief.
Okay.
You also had item number 16. The 5-year contract sole source provider for Word Systems LLC, aka WSI Technology, nice public safety dealer for a medical priority dispatch system.
Right, so in our 911 system, if a person has a heart attack, they're unconscious, our 911 operators are supposed to be able to explain to a person how to give CPR, how to stop choking, things of this nature. So I'm pretty sure you're aware of it as a firefighter. That's a state law. It's been a state law. We used to outsource to Grady, but we cannot outsource to Grady. The law is very specific in our 911 center. So the fire department and us are splitting the bill to make sure we can provide this service. It's costly just because there's a sole source and it's required by the state. But basically, our operators had to be CPR certified. Then they take these courses that are online. And if someone calls in and says, hey, my child's choking, they read a strip to make sure they can successfully assist a parent in panic how to make the child whole, for lack of a better term.
Questions, or can this go on consent?
Yeah, my only question was, is there a reason why this is a sole source?
So it was the only company that we knew that did it, relied on Miss Clay, and they're the only company, and they're the largest company, and they do it for everyone.
Okay.
Yes. No, I say everyone, every 911 center. That's what we understand in Georgia. Because we specifically, they provided us a sole source letter and everything.
They did. Okay,
Yes,
got it.
yes.
Thank you.
So I just wanted some clarification. So this is a 5-year contract?
Yes.
And is it 68,000 a year?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you and the police department are splitting that 50-50?
Well, this year we're splitting it 50-50, then we'll take over. They had a grant, so they're giving some money from the grant, but we'll take over from that point on.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Any objections to consent? All right, thanks, Chief.
Thank you all.
That's it for you.
Appreciate it.
Next up, the change order for Plant Moran. We amended the agenda on Monday to add it, and then we tabled it so we could look at it, and then we came back from executive session. We didn't remove it from the table. The city manager and city attorney have reviewed the change order that you have before you. It is actually no change in cost. The amount that we already approved, the 150, they're just would repurpose some of that money to address these financial policy concerns or financial areas. That and it also indicates at the end there may be other tasks needed as the, what does PGAMP stand for? Oh, that's it. Plant Moran Government Accounting Professionals team begins their work. But right now, those are the 12 different things that they kind of identify as repurposing some of their work, and indicating what work they would pause, allow this to move forward, and then maybe pick up. So we indicated that action may be taken tonight. We do want to go ahead and get this in place. And so if there, Councilmember Shropshire?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like
Yes.
to make a motion that we approve the change order for Plant Moran. Oh, first we got to take it off the table.
Well, no, we left it on the table at the last meeting, so I think it just stays there. How does that work?
Councilman, Woman Shropshire may be right. You make a motion to.
Thinking we got to take it off the table.
Then take action on it.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll make a motion that we remove this from the table.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Any
Now,
further action, Councilwoman Shropshire?
yes, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the change order for Plant Moran.
So moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded by Councilmember Cummings. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is council discussion and possible action on ordinance authorizing the abandonment of property along R.M. Martin. We had discussion and staff was supposed to get appraisals and things of that nature. And so the ordinance is here to remind us that we need to make sure it's on the agenda for Monday because it has to be by ordinance. So we can't put it on consent. But any discussion regarding the appraisal or further real estate discussion, I would suggest we take that in executive session either tonight or we can wait till Monday. But this is here because it'll be on the agenda for adoption of an ordinance because this has to be done by ordinance.
There it is right here.
All right, if we could put this on the agenda, Madam Deputy City Clerk, and if we have any updates, we can get those as a real estate item. I think I put it on my list. Next up, Public Arts Commission. Last time we spoke about this, the process is such that the applications and is managed through the city manager's office. And last time we did it, our economic development department helped get the applications out to the community. People apply and then staff provides the list of applicants that they're recommending that we consider, and then the mayor and each council member can appoint a person to the Public Arts Commission. I know we have a lot of artistic things happening within the city, and so want to know where we are with releasing the application and getting that underway so we can get the Public Arts Commission in place. And hopefully we can get them in place before we actually have our orientation. They can be a part of that as well.
Yep.
Mr. Brown, I see Mr.
Yeah, we
Pinkett.
have Mr. Pinkett here and Mr. Swain. They both are involved in this project. And Mr. Pinkett, if you could start out, and if Chris has something to say, he could say it too.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Council. Just want to get an update on where we are since the last meeting. We're taking a new, fresh approach. Being that public arts is such a unique space, obviously we've done a great job with Mr. Swain's help on public art that's being displayed throughout our city. But from a marketing standpoint, we took a new way of kind of getting a PSA about trying to identify people that actually have a love for arts that's here in the city that can assist Mr. Swain moving forward. We've been working with Michael Dimick over the last week on filming a lot of the art that we currently have here in the city. Chris is actually going to do a voiceover over that piece that we're going to be marketing out to try to find people that want to sit on this particular board. We also went and pulled the old applications that we had. Chris reviewed that. We're in the process of updating that to the city's website. So along with the PSA that he'll be putting out, it'll direct people back to our website to apply for these positions. And I brought Mr. Swain up to talk about what the next steps would be after that point.
Good evening. As Charlotte mentioned, the actual application is actually live right now on our website. If anyone interested goes to the website, looks at the top tab there for applications and forms, they can go down to Public Arts Commission. Applications are already live. I did the voiceover. We turned that in today, so we're working on that, trying to get it all synced together. But what happens with that is once we receive the adequate number of qualified applicants, we'll present that back to mayor and council. Actually, when that public arts master plan came into play, actually we had a 30-day window to get for applicants to apply. But since where we are now, we've never had actually appointed anybody to that. What we're doing now is we're going to take applications for 30 days, and hopefully we have enough response within that time that we can come back to you with some qualified applicants. The last time we did this, I believe we had 36 people who were interested. So hopefully we get to have the same enthusiasm in the city now, or more than we did before. The only ask I would have of mayor and council this time is that if we get the same kind of enthusiasm we had before, I implore you to please appoint these people, because for months and months after last time, they called me day in and day out wondering what happened to their application. So that's all I have.
So if we put it, it's already live, so we put it on the May work session, that'll be a little over around 30 days. We can get an update on where we are then. With
May
the
13th, Mayor, or?
Yeah, May 13th.
May 13th.
The May 13th work session, today is April 8th, so that'll be about 30 days.
We that's possible, but the thing about it too, you have to consider that it's not only a matter of just having applicants to apply, they have to be vetted also to make sure the people that we want to turn over to you.
Yeah, like,
Yes.
so for you all to say, at this point, we have X number, like,
Right.
and we're in the process of, just to keep
Exactly.
it.
Because since
Okay.
there are 9 of you, we at least have to have 9 qualified applicants for this process to even work.
Got you.
Okay?
But if there are more than 9, you'll submit all, and
Of
then we can
course.
select from that
Of
list.
course. Like, and before we did this, we after reviewing them, we did the ones who were very qualified, the ones who were adequately qualified, and the ones who were a little least qualified. But they all met they
Ones
all
who were
applied.
interested,
So you get a chance to see everybody who's interested. So
Okay, Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. And I do have somebody in mind who I think is very qualified, who's actually doing work already with painting. That's a resident right here in East Point in
Okay.
Ward A. So if I don't see anybody on the application that you sent, can we just appoint someone?
I would suggest you have that person fill the application. It's live right now. They can do it right now. And you guaranteed to see them. If they're an artist,
But what I'm saying is, in case they don't, or they don't make the timeline, are we obligated to select from that process?
that's the way it was written in the Public
In the
Arts Master
ordinance, it
Plan.
says it goes through them and they
Okay.
make the recommendation. So if we know people, that's a good point.
Yeah.
We should encourage them to
Yeah.
apply.
Please.
And we should make the application available at the receptionist desk for people who may not want to fill it out online or be able to. They can actually get a hard copy here at the city. That would be helpful.
Yeah, because I
And at council meetings.
this person has done work.
Well,
You
good. They should,
probably- yeah.
please have them to apply, and it's open to East Point residents, East Point employees, present and past, and East Point business owners.
Okay, all right, thank
Okay?
you.
You're welcome.
And to that point, it probably would be good at our public meetings. So the one on the 15th, we don't have, I mean, even here, but we just don't have a lot of people generally come to work session, to have the city manager feedback forms available out on the table, as well as the Public Arts Commission application. So if people come, they can pick up one and maybe fill it out there, at least have a hard copy for those who might not be online.
Thank you, Mr. Swain. So the application is live now. How are we letting people know that it's live and how to get to it? I know you said you're working on a PSA, but right now, what are the promotional?
The actual PSA, I'm working with communications and IT. Communications shot the video. IT made sure we had all the correct links to attach to when we put it online. So we're working on that right now. Also, I spoke with communications about just having a blurb on our social media outlets to let people know that this is open now, and they're all welcome to apply. And a flyer, yeah, for sure.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think.
Yeah, that was actually the hold up. When I sent the information to them, it's like, we need graphics to go with this. I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. So
Just want to make sure it's promoted, and because our website can be a little bit hard to find stuff. So I think as much as we can provide people with a direct link, so they're not searching through that website.
I understand that's exactly why we put it under the forms and applications, because once you click that and the drop down comes, Public Arts Commission has its own thing, so it's not hidden, it's not convoluted and hidden under a department that will make it difficult for you to have to fish through and find the application.
Thank you.
Is it possible for them to have it on the tab at the top? You know how you go landing there and
It's on the,
like on the home page?
yes, it's on the
No, I'm
home
saying at the
page.
top,
Those green, those,
those banners that they have at the top.
no, you guys have used them all for your projects.
Are any of them done?
You have, sorry, I tried that.
Oh, it still has reapportionment. Maybe reapportionment can be, we could talk to Mr. Brown.
Okay, Chris.
We have reapportioned. Maybe we can have some other, but yeah, okay.
Okay.
We'll talk to Mr. Brown. Anyone else? All right, anything else, Mr. Brown or Mr. Pinkett, Mr. Swain? Madam Deputy City Clerk, if you put this on May work session. Thank you all so much for the update. Next up, council discussion on bank-owned housing in East Point, Councilman Shropshire.
Since Mr. Pickett is already here and I know his item about park hours, yeah, can we just go on and deal with that and come back?
All right, so I took into account everybody's thoughts and suggestions, and I tried to address pretty much all three things that kind of came up consistently. As I stated the last time meeting we had, in the current ordinance, Sykes Park is the only park that has a definitive open and close time. So the whole goal was to try to bring some uniformity to it and put some new fresh signs out. What I did come up with working with Ms. Wiggins, and she's been assisting me with some of the jargon to make sure we hit all the points. There were some concerns. We came up with 7 a.m. open, 9 p.m. close. With respect to daylight savings, Ms. Shropshire has some concerns about that. We worked with the vendor that we selected that did the signs. My biggest concern with him was having signs that could not be easily destroyed or altered when the time is changing. So he assured me there's a way we can put it on the sign as an attachment during daylight savings to close the parks based on sunrise to sunset. I did not change anything with the Sunday ordinance. I think we're all in agreement regarding spaces being used on Sundays to give communities a rest break. So what I have on here is the current Sunday ordinance as it pertains to open and closing of the parks. You said which provides? Oh, okay. I can read what it currently says. It shall be an offense for any ball games to be played at any place in the city within a quarter of a mile of a religious service, in any church or place of religious worship, so that a religious service or worship is not disturbed by noise from such game from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. or after 6 p.m. on Sundays.
Councilman Butler.
Yes. Regarding the end time, I have some residents that have contacted me and they expressed that they would like that time to end at 10 or 11. How does that work with what you're doing? And in particular, if you have a softball or baseball tournament and they go into extra innings, how would that affect, or can we push those times to 10 or 11 o'clock, or especially on the weekends, and maybe on the weekday it closes earlier?
Okay, so in tournament play, we usually set the terms before the tournament starts. So like even with our youth sports, it's an end time regardless of where we are in the game based on the time.
Say again?
It's an end time based on the game set in stone. So like, for example, if we're working with kids that's 6 years old that's playing in a tournament on a weeknight, right? Our end time is 8 o'clock. So whatever the score is, whatever the situation is, that's where it lays. So with tournament play, the same thing can be put in place, but all of it is set up front. So for example, if somebody was doing a tournament at our park, we'll be able to tell them, hey, these are the rules. It has to end where we are in that particular game. That's where it will stop. So I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, but we can kind of set the tone of what the expectation is before the reservation is made.
Part of what their concern was that, and Grant Park, it closes at 11 p.m. Historic Fourth Ward Park closes at 11 p.m. And Monday's Mills Park closes at 11 p.m. also.
Yeah.
So I guess what they were requesting is maybe a middle ground, if from 9 and then you have 11. So maybe if you closed at 10, that would give everybody what they wanted. You may have a family reunion, and like if it's daylight savings time, it doesn't get dark till 9 o'clock.
Right.
And then you need to clean up so that you can leave. You know, is that more amenable? Is that a more realistic time?
Well, we're kind of unique in the standpoint that some of our small pocket parks are within a stone's throw of someone's home, whereas our program parks that I talked about in the previous meeting, it's a little bit more distance. Some of those parks in the city, they're just kind of situated different. You know, it's like, it's a tricky situation about what would be the proper time or what's the best time for everybody, but depending on where the park is situated. But in particular, when we talk about a sporting event, we can set those parameters on when the games end, similar to what we do with our youth. So like I gave an example, if it's a young child that's playing at 7 o'clock and it's on a weeknight, we have to end it at a certain time regardless. Now in the event at 10 or 11 o'clock, it just depends on the park because we only have so many parks that are timed by lights. Some of the small pocket parks, nighttime is the lights for those parks. So from a programming standpoint, for me, 9 o'clock could work, 10 o'clock could work. So it wouldn't impact me in any kind of way with marketing our parks for tournaments.
So do you think 10 o'clock for some of those bigger parks would be okay?
It potentially depends on the will of the council, honestly. But from my end, I can make it work on the programs that we offer and some of the people that we have relationship with that might want to use our field.
Thank you.
All right.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. I know some of the people that I talked to at John A. Milner Park don't want it to go beyond 9 o'clock. Now, if need be, we can have the residents to come out and voice their concerns because it is a major impact on them, especially when they're trying to sleep late on a Saturday morning and you have a car show or you have an event going on over there. I think they've been put through a lot. So to end it at 9, I think it's good. To go beyond 9 o'clock is an insult to the people over there that has to deal with that 6 days a week. And like I said, I'm sure they'll be more than happy to come out and share their concerns on what they have to go through being over there with what's going on.
Yeah, I share those same concerns. I mean, parks in residential areas, and John D. Milner Park is in a very multi-generational area that has a lot of seniors. My daughter plays travel softball all over and is played in a number of different places. And there are some places where we can be there very late. There's some where they cut the lights off at the time and it stops. So it is possible they build a tournament schedule around it. I think we have to prioritize our residents and their quality of life. This Sunday still doesn't, to me, address the issues of the community because it just says they can't have anything from 11 to 1, so they can have something on Sunday from 8 to 10. They can have something from 1. They can actually have something from 8 to 10:59 from 101 to 6 p.m. And then from 11 a.m. to 1 or after 6 p.m. So they can have it from 8 to 10:59 and 101 to 6 p.m. on Sunday. So that's still not addressing the concern of programming on Sunday. I mean, it just so happens that there is a church over in that area, but it doesn't say that there's no programming on Sunday. And the very real concern is they're gracious Monday through Saturday, and Sunday should be a day where they're not having to deal with activities. So this Sunday ordinance that's in place, it doesn't address that. It still allows programming on Sundays. It's just within a narrow window. So I don't see any thing in this ordinance that addresses that concern. 9 o'clock daylight savings time is dark. Before daylight saving time, it gets darker sooner. And so I don't know. I know you said we can do sunrise to sunset. And I don't know why we would have to change that for daylight savings time though.
What, sunrise to sunset?
Yeah, because the sun sets by 9 o'clock. So if we're saying sunrise to sunset or 9 o'clock, like it's kind of the same thing, right?
So in the fall and winter months, it's getting dark right around 5:45 to 6 o'clock.
So
during-
they would close at sunset.
Correct. And then we'll switch the signs out when the time changes to go to sunrise to sunset.
Oh, you'll have the time frame, but why couldn't it just be sunrise to sunset then?
What's that now?
Why couldn't it be sunrise to sunset when sunsets at like 6 o'clock?
Make sure I'm following you. So this time of year, we're doing 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. During the fall and winter months, we'll be going to sunrise to sunset when it gets dark around 5:45 to 6 o'clock.
Correct. And this time of year, the sun rises around 7 a.m.
Yep.
and sets at 9 p.m.
Correct.
So why would we have to change out the signs?
Well, initially the concern was we didn't have a definitive open and close time. So I was trying to come up with something in between the two to address the different seasons.
Right. So, but I think having sunrise to sunset, because we don't know the time during that period before you change it to 7 and 9. So either we do times and change those when the daylight savings times change, or we just do sunrise to sunset for year round.
The only problem with doing sunrise to sunset will have to be some type of language that allows us to close the parks by 9 o'clock. Because if that's the case, it would eliminate any fall and winter sports that we can do. Because we will be leaving at 6 o'clock if we were basing it just on sunrise to sunset.
No.
So
The
well,
sun sets now around, I mean, it gets dark around 9 o'clock now, right?
now,
Right.
but when we get to fall, winter, it gets dark at 6. So we wouldn't be able to practice and do any practices in the fall and the winter time if we were going
So
based
maybe
on
I'm
sunrise to
misunderstanding.
sunset.
You're just gonna do 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. year round?
With going to sunrise to sunset. So I guess where the language gets a little bit tricky, if we do sunrise to sunset for the complete time, when the sun sets in the fall and the winter time, we wouldn't even be allowed to do anything at 6 o'clock or beyond.
Right, but you're saying during that time, you're gonna say sunrise to sunset. So you wouldn't be able to do anything between 6 o'clock and beyond if you have a sunrise to sunset time then.
That's why I'm saying that we would need to add some type of language that would allow us in the fall and the winter time to go until 9 o'clock.
Right, but if the sun sets in now at 9
Well, it's-
p.m.,
It's two different seasons that we're talking about.
but you wanna go to 9 p.m. in both seasons. So
Correct.
why isn't the time just 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. daily, year round?
I mean, we can do that, but like a lot of our pocket parks don't have the same lighting as we were talking about John D. Milner. So our pocket parks don't have the lights. So like, for example, if we look at like a Egan Park, for example, if that is the case, we stick to a time, technically speaking, the chief could not tell anybody to leave the park at 8:30 at night when it's in the wintertime, when it's pitch black. Does that make sense? It'll be tough for him to police it. So my recommendation the previous time was separating those parks that fit in that description. We're going to sunrise to sunset completely throughout the year. The programs where we have lights,
Okay.
that's when I was like, that's why I was recommending a time. So
For
you
the
got two different
program
scenarios.
part.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I split them up the last time as, what did I call it? Program parks and your pocket parks
Okay.
that sit in people's neighborhoods.
Yeah, but pocket parks are year round, sunrise to sunset.
Yes, that's what, So the time, what we got looped up on last time was the end time. But I thought that it was a good way, being how the parks are set up, is to separate the two. But that was a concern. And in regards to Sundays, I'm not opposed to not doing anything, but I would consider with the respect of opportunities for tournaments. But we rarely use the parks on Sundays, to be honest with you. So, you know, if it's the will of the council, you know, I have no problem with the Sunday. The existing ordinance has that. I thought that it was working well, and so I kept it in there.
We said when we talked about it last time is that we would come up with something and then take it to the community, because it's not just council, it's not council members. These are concerns coming from the community. And I said initially, the last time we had a lot of discussion, we were trying to figure out like, okay, let's come back and have something that we feel like, okay, now we can have a community meeting about it, whether it's or A, B, C, or D, or just 1 or 2 town halls here, but something to share it with the community, because these aren't concerns coming from us per se. I don't live by a park. These are from residents who live by parks and are telling us the impact on them, right? And so I don't think it's necessarily the will of the council. I think something like this is the quality of life enhancement should really have a big community voice perspective, a community engagement around it. So if this is the ordinance or the draft ordinance that we'd like to share with the community at a community meeting, I think we can do that now. But like, I would suggest before we adopt the ordinance like this, that we actually have a community meeting with the people, because it's not about us. It's not about what we think. It's not about economics. It's about their quality of life and how we balance that, right? And so, you know, that would be my recommendation. I think that's what we talked about when it was here the last time, that we try to get something that we could agree on, or at least say this is a draft to share with the community, get their feedback. I tell you, East Washington is going to be very concerned about any time on a Sunday. Even if it was a tournament, like their thing is that it's Monday through Saturday nonstop for them. I'm not sure if, you know, where we do a lot of other programming, but again, I think this is something we should take to the community.
So the biggest concern is Sunday, or is it in general of the park times?
I think it's both. So I think we come up with sunrise to sunset for park times and for pocket parks, and I think that would be okay in those communities, but we should have an opportunity for people to say whether they're okay with that or give us feedback on that. And then there's also the Sunday programming. And the park that we do the majority of our programming is the John D. Milner base athletic complex.
So I guess another thought would be, currently Sykes Park is the only park that shows in our ordinance. Maybe John D. Milner should have a separate deal from the other parks.
But it's still going to be more restrictive because they don't want programming on Sundays at John D. Milner Park.
So what I'm saying, if we come out of the meeting with East Washington regarding their particular park, which is John D. Milner, and we exclude any Sunday activities, could John D. Milner, I guess that's a Ms. Wiggins question, could John D. Milner have his own set of times and things what we can do out there?
We got it for Sykes Park. I mean, I don't know how it has to be reasonably related, but Attorney Wiggins.
So the last meeting where this was brought up, we separated program parks and neighborhood parks, I think is what it was. We came back with, we came back with different language because that wasn't a consensus of the council to separate them in that manner. I think what I'm hearing is that we likely need to, and it is okay, to list each park and have rules for each park. Because there are different circumstances depending on which park you are talking about. And so you can designate rules, times for each park, if that's the will of the council to achieve the differences depending on which park you're talking about. What we did right for this work session was an ordinance that provided the sunrise to sunset, in the fall and winter months, the 7 to 9 during non-daylight savings time hours. But the caveat was that for any permitted program at that park, those hours would be set at the permitted time. I understood from Mr. Pinkett that anything that happens in the park, obviously, other than just the public going there, an organized activity requires them to come through his office. So those times of the activity to accommodate late tournaments would happen at the permitting time. So if you see the ordinance that was presented to you tonight, it had that exception for any city permitted or city sponsored activity in any of the parks, to try to capture, the will of council and or the public.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So what I'm getting is, are you all saying that y'all don't even want the park, John D. Milner Park, open on Sundays at all? Is that what you?
The complaints that we receive, especially when they have a car show and other things, is that they've been through a lot.
Mhm.
And when Sunday comes, they're trying to rest and to hear loud music and all this other stuff. I mean, they are literally upset.
Okay, how often are they having car shows at the park?
And it's just not car shows. It's about East Point Day, cookouts, and things just pop up at the park on a Sunday.
So how do you regulate? I mean, so the question is, are we saying close the park down on Sundays?
So I think we need to have a community meeting so we take it out of the 9 of us. It is not just what I'm saying or what Councilmember Shropshire was saying or what Councilmember Ziegler said. This is from the community. I think we need to have a community meeting about park hours. And if this is where we want to start with, here's what we are thinking with the draft here, this is the last draft, but this is from the community. It is impacting people who live by these parks. I don't live by these parks. So for me to make a decision about the impact on someone's quality of life that lives in these areas, and what impact that's having on them, I think we need to have their voice be a part of it. And so we're sharing what they're sharing with us, but we need to have a community meeting. That's my recommendation.
And that's fine. I don't have a problem with that because I got a text message saying they wanted hours stayed at 10 o'clock. But like I said, I don't know if it's something that's going on at R.M. Martin, because from what I'm gathering, I understand we should have community input in it. But I'm under the impression on just from what I'm hearing, there's something going on at the park every day? You said what now?
Monday through Saturday, depends on the season. So like, for example, our dead season right now in the springtime, baseball is ending like at 4 o'clock or 3 o'clock on Saturdays.
Okay, baseball ends at 4, 3 o'clock on Saturdays. And they practice Monday through Friday? Are you saying?
It depends on the coaches, but it's at least 3 days out the week.
Okay.
Nothing on Fridays.
So they're just, I mean, you're saying that just on Sunday, they, at the very least, they should have a break? Okay. All right, well, I agree with the mayor that we should have some community input on this and just kind of see what's going to work best for everyone. I yield.
We've done with the city manager feedback form and what we're doing with the Public Arts Commission, maybe we do something in person. I think we should also have a community feedback form on the budget. They're going to be sharing with us the town hall meetings or the meetings they're going to have around it, but I think that's also a way for people to give feedback. And we have in person for park hours, and we have a way for people to respond online and let us get and share information with us as well. But this is not about me or anyone up here. I think this is about the community and the impact on them. And so I don't know if Mr. Brown, if you all want to have community meetings by ward or have, you know, one in the evening, one on the weekend, and try to accommodate everyone, would just be central. But I will allow, you know, I think that's operational for staff to decide. But I think in addition to a community meeting, we should also have a form, a way for people to do it online, and also print the form and have them at the meetings and have them at the front desk for people if they want to come by and get one to provide feedback. On the budget, the Public Arts Commission, this, and the city manager.
Okay, you understand direction? All right.
Thank you. Councilmember Ziegler.
I was just gonna say that, you know, like, I am feet away from Brookdale. Looks like he's already left. But you know, when I first bought my house, Brookdale had soft lighting. It didn't work properly. It turned off at random times. It would not turn on at all. And so when lights were replaced, they were replaced with lights that were angled. They shine in our houses. And it's extremely bright. They put in lights that are meant for like a stadium for lights that are actually in a neighborhood park. So they put the wrong kind of lighting in there, and now they're asking us to extend the hours. And additionally, like, I agree we need to ask the community, but also in that same vein, it's exhausting as a resident to have to continually fight for your quality of life. It is exhausting. And one of the reasons why I'm here is because, like, as a resident, it's extremely exhausting. And, you know, I just want to have, like, I don't know, start some kind of like, conversation about, you know, just being considerate towards the residents that are that live right there at those parks, and really everywhere. Like, everything that we do, I think that we should just ask ourselves, is this going to be affecting the quality of life of somebody who lives around there? Because having to, you know, fill out this form, go to this meeting, you know, make sure my voice is heard, make sure, you know, I've never lived in an area where I've had the mayor's phone number. I've never lived in a city where I've had to know my council members. I've never had to fight for my quality of life so hard as I do in East Point. And so, you know, when we talk about these kinds of issues, I think this is what I'm actually getting at. So, and with that, I'll yield.
I agree, putting people over politics, profit, principles, personalities, and all that should be easier. But there's also a concern and desire that we've heard that residents feel like they don't have a voice, and we need to ensure that they are part of our decision-making process. And it shouldn't feel exhausting, but it also should feel like we are taking it really into consideration and having it inform our actions. I mean, if we didn't put out a form for feedback on the city manager's process, I'm sure there would be people who saying they didn't even ask the community what they wanted. Like, it's always going to be people on both sides. And I think as government, we should try to, you know, create as many opportunities for people that want to engage. And for those who don't, I mean, it's fine, but at least we've had opportunities. But we have to then take that feedback and make sure people feel like we considered it at minimum, but that our decisions are being driven by with people in mind. And so, you know, the same people we're talking about, why do we have a feedback form, are the same people I've seen comment about they're not asking the community about anything. You can never really please people. So the goal is to try to create as many opportunities for feedback and input as we can, and then use that to inform things. I can assure you, I know who they are, and I know that they're on both sides of it. You don't have it, they say you should have it. You have it, they say you shouldn't have it. I mean, I'm 11 years in. So it's really about just making sure that from a community civic engagement, I mean, there are classes all around in different ways that they encourage you to make sure that the community has an opportunity to provide their voice. But we have to consider it, and we should be driven by that as we make decisions in those moments where those opportunities are not available. It's not everything that we'll do forums for, but I think that this is important, and I don't want this to be politicized or made personal. Again, I don't live by a park. We have a pocket park in my community that is a private park. So this is not about, the decision won't necessarily impact me, but it doesn't mean that it's not important. And for the people who it is impacting to be able to have their voice. So, Mr. Brown, our next work session is May 8th. I think you've heard what we shared tonight. Operationally, how you do it, whether you do 1 meeting, 4 meetings, I think that's a decision that you all can make. But it's not just us. And I don't want the people who have reached out, and there's always people on both sides, right? But are the people who saying 10 o'clock live next door, live across the street from the park with a light shining in their house? Or is it the desire to one day to just be able to go there at 10 o'clock? And the lighting issue, I think Councilmember Ziegler has mentioned that several times. I don't know when or how we address that, but if those lights are shining daily into people's homes, that means if you have the lights off in your house, the lights are still on. So maybe that's something that we definitely should be looking at. This is not the first time she mentioned it. But I'll leave that to you, and we'll keep it on for, we'll put it on the May 13th work session for an update, or if we've had the meetings or when we're having them. I don't think you have anything else, Mr. Pinkett from Parks and Rec. We will go to Bank-Owned Housing, Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. And I know we've had this discussion several times about bank-owned houses and how do we find out how many houses the bank own in the communities, to get a handle on it, not just for just to know, but who do we hold accountable for code enforcement issues? Who do we hold accountable for dilapidated property? And also possibly working with the banks to put something in place where we can help people purchase those homes, become homeowners, like our first responders, our teachers, our nurses, like that. So we've talked about it several times, and both of you all, interim city manager and Ms. Wiggins, are new. So if you could help us come up with something as to how we can find out how many properties do the bank own in our neighborhoods. And because I have a house next to me, and it's a code enforcement issue. Front door, screen door is wide open. Bricks are still sitting in the yard, and you can tell that it's a vacant house. Right down below, the window is clearly bust out of another house. It's just becoming a problem because we don't know who owns these properties. And it's becoming a great deal of problem in the city. And I think if we know who owns them and what bank, then we can contact them to hold them accountable for not doing what they should do, be good neighbors in your communities, and also possibly working out something to help people to obtain those homes, to become homeowners.
Councilwoman Shropshire, just a couple of follow-up questions. Okay, so it sounds like you're asking, there's two requests. One is you just want to know in the city of East Point, who's got a bank-owned mortgage or?
That are bank owned, not
Okay.
occupied,
So
just
all,
the vacant.
so all
the
vacant homes.
How do what can we do to know who, because we have a lot of property. So here's what the bank do. The bank buys up this property. And I'm gonna use Vine City as an example. The people were renting those homes. The bank bought up the property and raised the rent where the people couldn't afford it. And the bank will sit on this property just to sit on it, just for the wait for the value to go up, so they can increase the rate. And you have people who really want to purchase the home, but they can't afford it because you just got the bank sitting on the property. And then you have them, they don't fix up the property. So you have them dilapidating in your neighborhoods.
Okay, well, let me get with code enforcement, police, because that sounds like property maintenance. And if there is vacant houses there, I'm not sure if the city in the past adopted some sort of vacant housing ordinance or not, but let me follow up with them and get back with you and the council. I'm going to need more than a meeting or two, depending on how in depth we need to get in terms of that. But let me get with the chief, and I'll follow up with you. Is it okay for me to provide you in writing, like a memorandum? Is that okay? Okay, great. I'll do that.
Yeah, just to add, I don't know if this was of interest or not. Some people may have seen about a month ago, Georgia State University released a study on corporate-owned housing in Georgia, found the 19,000 units. There's a professor of geography who was a co-author. His name is Taylor Shelton at Georgia State. His co-author was from Rutgers University. I reached out to him just to see if he might be willing to come and speak to us or do something. This was a while ago. It took him a while to respond, and then I have not followed up with him, but they did an analysis to actually quantify this. So I'm happy to reach out to him and see if he'd be willing to speak to us or
I think
give us
that'd
any
be great.
pointers or anything like that.
I think information is what we need.
Okay.
So just let me know, Councilman, and
Yeah, I can put him
I'll
in
get with
contact with you or something. Yeah.
So we do have what Mr. Brown was talking about, a vacant property registry. So any property that's vacant in the city is required to be registered so long as it's been vacant more than 60 days. You'll find that in Chapter 8 of your code. It sounds like it just needs to be enforced. The other thing is what I've learned in dealing with the 50 Words Project is that the main criteria of all of those homes or properties that are on that list, so obviously more than 50, is that they have to be vacant in addition to some other code violation. And so I think we already have the registry. I know we do. I mean, it's in the code. And so it just sounds like it's an enforcement of making sure that whoever it is, whether it's bank-owned, individually owned, corporation-owned, register those properties provided that they've been vacant more than 60 days.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Shropshire, so is it for bank-owned or you're just talking about, I just may be an investor that own 4 or 5 homes. Is it specific to just the banks that are coming in? Because I know like Councilmember Freely was saying, the 19,000 homes that are owned in the metropolitan area, and those are owned by 3.
It could be corporations as well.
So it could be corporations, okay.
I know what he's talking about.
All right, I yield.
Mr. Brown, when you said you need more than 1 or 2 meetings, are you saying more than 1 or 2 work sessions?
Well, it's a couple of things. I think I understand a lot better. I was just talking with the city attorney on the issue that council member Freely brought up. I'm well aware of that issue. It's a national issue. But two things. I'll do a memorandum, get it all to the entire council and the council member about the vacant properties that are within the town and see if we can find out how easy that is. I think it might be easy based on what I'm hearing now. And then on the other front, try to find out, get a hold of what's happening in East Point. So, and I'll work with Councilmember Freely as well.
For an update, City
I
Manager?
would say I could give a verbal update on May 8th if you like. In terms of the memorandum,
You mean May 13th?
Say again?
May 13th? I'm saying the work session. So it'll
Okay,
either
May
be the
13th,
6th
fine.
or the
Yes, ma'am.
13th.
Yes,
May
ma'am, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay. May work session? Okay. Next up, update on House Proud. Ms. Jessie, you said you had an update on this
Yes, ma'am.
RFQ process.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Mayor, members of council, staff had issued a request for qualifications, and we realized, though, that we had omitted veterans from as a part of the group that would be serviced. So we are reissuing the RFQ this week, Wednesday. It should be published in our legal organ, and RFQs will be available. Staff also made an effort to, in addition to having it on BidNet, to contact the people who expressed an interest in providing services, including the people who came to City Council.
All right, thank you for that. So when that comes back, it will come back with the recommendations on the RFQ.
Yes, ma'am.
Will it, how long will it be open?
It's open for 30 days.
Okay, so it may come back to us in May or early June, or May, it'll probably be the June work session. Because this will be, 30 days will be probably right at the 13th. And so probably June work session.
Okay.
And I'll instead of having the house product, you all can just bring it back with the recommendations because it'll be whoever.
Yes, ma'am.
submitted. Okay. But Councilmember Shropshire, sounds like it might be June work session. Whistleblower process, update on that solicitation, Mr. Brown.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor and members of the council. As you know, the whistleblower process, we do have one. We did an RFP that we put out several months ago. I was informed a week ago or so by our procurement director that the evaluation committee has met, and there will be a forthcoming recommendation to the council. Timetable?
Will it be at our April 15th meeting, or is going to be another 30 days where we're waiting until a work session?
I don't think it'll be another 30 days. Have the evaluation committee met yet? I know we formed one.
I mean, they generally are on the work session and then they go to the council agenda, but this is the last work session before our last meeting. This is the work session before our last meeting in April.
Jeremy, if you could
So that
kind of.
Madam Mayor, this will be definitely ready for the next work session in May. We're waiting for all the evaluations. We're actually meeting with the evaluation committee, and per your request, we're going to actually send you all the proposals from the RFP as well.
Which meeting with work session? Oh, May.
Correct.
May
Yes, sir.
15th, yeah.
All right, thank you. Next up, item number 17. This is an ordinance, so it'll have to go on the agenda, just so if council, is there someone here to give a brief update I know this is a requirement from, can't remember if it's DCA or there's somebody. It's requiring all cities to adopt water efficiency code requirements. Mr. Brown?
Oh, yeah, yeah. This particular item involves compliance with the Metro North Georgia Water Planning District. One of the requirements is that we have energy efficient or water efficient fixtures. This is really about plumbing as opposed to stormwater. And so I know it's kind of confusing with the title, but we have staff here that will kind of walk us through and give us an overview of what this is all about. You guys go right ahead. Oh, I'm over here thinking this was the energy efficiency, the water, the plumbing stuff. It's another zoning case.
No, that's what it is. It's just in our zoning code.
Councilmember Ziegler just reminded me, I skipped utility, so I'm coming back to that. I already had it for May work session, but I'm coming.
Yeah, no,
You all
no,
will be
that's-
next.
Yeah, go right ahead, Mr. Kelly.
Mayor and council, this is a citywide, it's case number 2024 TA-001-02. The applicant is City of East Point. The zoning is a citywide. The request is an ordinance to adopt the Metro Water District Water Efficiency Code requirements per action item, water supply, water conservation, 8, pages 5 through 55 of the plan, to zoning and development, Chapter 3, Building Regulations, Article B, and Plumbing Code. The Metropolitan North Georgia Water Planning District collaborates with 96 cities and 15 counties to conserve and protect our region's vital yet limited water resources. In 2023, the district sent out an email regarding the requirements of the 2022 Water Resources Plan, Management Plan Update. The email included a reminder that all communities in the 15-county region are required to adopt the Metro Water District Efficiency Plumbing Code requirements per action item, water supply, water conservation, 8, page 5 through 55 of the plan. Under this action item, local governments must adopt and maintain the Metro Water District Water Efficiency Plumbing Code requirements without modification as a local amendment to the Georgia State Minimum Standard Plumbing Code. The district appreciates the effort and work each respective governing jurisdiction is putting forth to facilitate the passing of the amendment. Each governing jurisdiction within the Metro Water District is required to submit the amendment to the Department of Community Affairs 60 days prior to the adoption of the amendment in accordance with OCGA 8-2-25C. The purpose of this local amendment to the plumbing code is to ensure the necessary requirements for high efficiency plumbing related fixtures, which will aid in conserving water throughout the Metro District. And this is basically just speaking more efficiently to the requirements for kitchen faucets, lavatory faucets, shower heads, and landscape irrigation, and et cetera. Planning Commission recommends to approve the text amendment, an ordinance to adopt the Metro Water District Water Efficiency Code requirements per action item, water supply, water conservation, 8, pages 5 through 55 of the plan, to zoning and development, Chapter 3, Building Regulations, Article B, Plumbing Code.
It'll have to go on the agenda because of it being an ordinance, but I wanted them to share it briefly tonight in case there's any questions or so. It'll be on the radar before we get to the meeting on Monday. It is something that we need to address sooner rather than later. And so if there's a standard draft ordinance that they send, and you might tweak just a little bit, but it's being required for cities across the state.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. Any questions? If not, agenda. Thank you all so much. Where's the Philip at? Oh, this is the one they're asking for deferral. Why are they requesting deferral? You could just go to that part. Press the button.
There were some changes that the planning commission were looking for, and they were trying to accomplish those changes. So that's why they wanted to defer coming before you to go back. Basically,
Well-
the staff,
Mhm.
staff and planning commissions recommends to accept the applicant's request to defer the case back to planning commission's April regular session, which will be held April the 18th.
So we've already advertised it for the public hearing, so we'll hold the public
That's
hearing.
correct.
And then at that time, we can make the decision as to whether or not we'll accept staff and planning commission's recommendation to accept the applicant's request.
That's correct.
Okay. That's agenda. Item number 12, utility disconnection processes and procedures. Councilmember Ziegler.
Yes, if we can, have customer care come up.
Yeah, this item was requested by Councilmember Ziegler. We'll have Ms. Michelle come up and kind of walk us through utility disconnection and disconnection processes and procedures.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council.
Good evening. So question for you. Last time that you were here, I believe that we talked about that, according to our ordinance, you only need to give 8 days after the past due date before someone is eligible to get cut off, right?
Yes.
Okay, so my question is, according to like the Public Service Commission, there's a state law that says that we can only disconnect a bill when it has not been paid within 45 days of the statement date.
Yes, ma'am.
So are we in compliance with that?
So I do have a copy of the Georgia state compliance that you mentioned. So what we did was we pretty much compared it to our city ordinance. So if you go through the reasons for this connection, pretty much we have this is from the Georgia Public Service. So they pretty much say it's based upon termination, immediate hazard, court ordered, or a violation of applicable city rules or regulations. So it goes back to our city ordinance to say that based on letter D, it falls in line with the city ordinance for us to disconnect the services based off those 21 days, penalties the 22nd day, and disconnection on the 29th day.
Okay. And, okay, so there's something in the state law that says that you don't actually have to abide by it. It's with the city ordinance that we have to abide by instead.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I can't hear you.
Yeah, so, so what you're saying, because I didn't see that part in the state law.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we pull it up actually on the computer?
I only printed up a copy because this was given to me today.
Actually, it's, if you just Google the,
It's 5153-3-2. Yeah. 515-3-2. I kind of had the same question.
What was that code, sir?
515-3-2.
It's not a code section, it's in the Public Service Commission regulation.
I
It's
see.
not a sub-
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Public Service.
so what I see online from the Public Service Commission is that the question is, when can a company disconnect utility services? And it says residential electric services may not, or may be disconnected when a bill is not paid within 45 days from the statement date. So can you point me where you're seeing this letter D that then says it's actually, you actually have to abide by whatever's in the city ordinance?
A local control situation. We are not, we're on electric companies. I don't know if are we
Yeah.
regulated by the PSC still? I'm not sure.
So two things.
Might.
Doesn't appear that we are regulated by the Public Service Commission. It is regulated, they regulate like Georgia Power, the non-public utilities. The second thing is, Councilman Ziegler, I sent you an email back. I'm not sure if you got it.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. That was it.
Okay. All right, so I think what we'll do then is work on our own city ordinance then, to make it more like what is on the Public Service Commission's website, because I feel like that would be more fair, and not, so harsh on people. I know that's not you, but.
I understand.
Yeah, so if that's something that, that we can work on, Attorney Wiggins, that would be great. So right now, the city ordinance allows us to disconnect services 8 days after the past due date. Mm-hmm. Yeah, to 45 days, because that's what the Public Service Commission says would be the best thing, or that's what they say.
When you do that, people are going to be behind 2 months on bills. So like a 45-day means you're going to have 2 months to pay to catch up.
So that is when you would get disconnected, not when you, get notices and stuff that you're late. Because 45 days would allow you to get one more billing cycle, that would actually say that you're late. Because right now, people are not even getting that. They're getting cut off before they're even getting a bill that says that they're late.
I'm not doing like 45 days. You go for the previous month plus another month, and it's cut off.
Yeah, and I mean, and then maybe we should also reconsider what our budget billing practices are, because it looks like there's restrictions on people who are even considered to be on budget billing, that don't seem really fair to me. Because I think that you have to have like a clean credit history, or you have to not have been in default at all for a year. So that sounds like kind of a tall order when someone really would need budget billing maybe from the start.
Hold on a minute. Wait a minute. So I got Councilman Ziegler, Councilman Mitchell, Councilman Martin Rogers, and then Councilman Butler. We're going to be up for it. Mitchell, Martin, Rogers, Butler. Go ahead.
Okay. So what the budget billing does is, the reason why it's for a 12-month period, because it is actually generating your history. So if we don't have a history of your account, we typically can't decide or give you a budget billing amount that would actually be qualified for. So if we don't have 12 months history, we can't say that you've been with us for 6 months, so your budget billing amount would actually be, say like $100. But we try to gather a full year of consumption to say that your true budget billing amount will be that particular amount. So that's the reason why in the city ordinance, we go up to that 12-month. Another reason why, another stipulation is because budget billing pretty much is sort of like a privilege, because you typically pay your bills on time, and it won't actually put you in a situation where you have a hardship. So when a customer actually goes on budget billing, it kind of level out their bill. to say that this is something that I can afford monthly. So that's the stipulations that's in the ordinance that we actually follow.
Okay. Okay, so I mean, if 45 days is not amenable to the council, I would just ask what I don't
just-
understand
I-
hand
I-
motions.
I don't want to get in, if I may, Mayor, I'm not trying to usurp anyone on this board. I just want to make a distinction between the Public Service Commission and what a city government would do here in Georgia. So a Public Service Commission, they regulate investor-owned utilities. So this is like the Georgia Powers and these private entities. They also set rates for those entities, okay? And they work with those companies to set their rate cases, totally different than what you guys do. So what a city or municipal government that owns a utility, they would do a study and then they would set their rates based on that. So for example, and maybe this is a bad example, but our sanitation fund, they haven't had a rate study in 2006. So that's up to the council if they want to raise rates. So a lot of governing bodies, they're very sensitive to raising rates. So they don't raise rates. And I know I'm not getting off subject, but I'm just trying to give you an example of the authority that you have as municipal government that own a utility, as opposed to a private company that's an investor-owned utility regulated by the Public Service Commission. Now, their standards on how they do things are different than what most cities or utilities, government-owned utilities do. It's all over the place. It's 6 in one hand, half dozen the other. So, it's okay for you to use a standard of the Public Service Commission, but there are 159 counties and hundreds of cities here in Georgia that you could choose from and see what they want. So what they do, if you want to look at a standard of how you operate. So Public Service Commission is fine, but I just wanted to make that distinction so you had that information.
Councilmember Mitchell.
I had a question. They answered most of it.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
And thank you. And what I wanted to say, and keeping in line with what our code of ordinances are, section 8-2011, service termination or cutoff. Subsection C says cut off utilities upon the 29th day, the cutoff from the billing date. Utility service may be disconnected at any time. Then if you go on to read that ordinance, it talks about a hardship in the event a customer is unable to pay a utility bill. Due to a hardship, the customer care may halt the disconnection of utilities based on any of the following: medical, financial. And then embedded in financial, it says that a payment plan may be granted every 6 months upon finding a good cause by customer care, and to the extent that there's not already an outstanding payment plan. A payment arrangement may be granted up to 3 times a year. So I think that our utilities department is keeping in line with our ordinance and also best practices, business judgment in the granting of both payment plans and payment arrangements, and should consider such additional factors such as employment, frequency of requests, prior performance under an agreement. I think that it's all embedded here. But what I want to talk about is subsection E, error and cutoff. $25. Has that study been looked at again if a potential customer has suffered through the winter cold night on the era that the city has cut off their utilities? You get only a $25 credit. And I'm just asking for my own purposes only. Have we looked at a study into if it's the city's fault that, your power may be cut off? For instance, I got a telephone call this week where one of my neighbors put her bill in the drop box on Wednesday and her service was cut off on Thursday, although her money was in the drop box on Wednesday. So Have you looked at if the $25 credit is amenable in this day and time? I don't know when this ordinance was written, but $25.
So we can actually look at actually increasing that, but we typically, if we do have an error on cutting off someone else's services, we do remove the disconnection fee of the $60 as well. We also look into removing the penalties just to sort of decrease that bill to show good faith that we did do something in error. So we do look at other, fees that have been applied to the customer account besides the $25 credit.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
When I saw the $25, I was like, wait. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I wanted to raise a question about, we also made it official that if you are above a certain age and if you've had an excellent payment history, that you would not be automatically turned off. Are we enforcing that now?
Yes, sir. We have actually flagged the senior accounts to say that we don't cut them off. We typically try to contact them to actually advise them that a payment has been missed. And if they can try to get that payment in as soon as possible, it will kind of alleviate the hardship of the bill increasing every month. But we also, reach out to Ms. Johnson and see if she can actually assist with some of our senior customers that may have a hardship, that have not really been able to make their payment, to at least try to provide some assistance.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir, you're welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, so just going back to, the actual agenda item about the utility process and procedures, the thing that I want to change, the thing that, I'm really driven right now, is to change it so that so we don't cut people off 8 days after the payment is due, because that's not a lot of time to get notified. It's not a lot of time to rectify your bill. It's not, you don't get another bill that says that you're past due. There's a lot of things there that I feel like, would show that we need to change that piece of the ordinance. I would imagine it would make your life a lot easier too, because, people would actually find out that their bill is late, and then they can amend it before they get shut off. Because right now what's happening is that people get shut off and they're at work, or they come home after work and they realize it's off and it's after 5 and the city is closed, and, they feel like that they have been severely wronged because they didn't know. And I'd have to side with them on that. And I know that that's what our ordinance says. And so but I've also heard about people getting cut off, like Councilperson Martin Rogers said, like the next day. So then what do we do with those complaints too? Because how does that happen where people get cut off the next day?
So typically, when I actually had to do a presentation for you earlier on in March, what we did was we looked at everything that we were doing. We heard exactly what you guys were saying in terms of the disconnection almost immediately. So we actually put in place that we're actually contacting the customers, one, with a utility bill reminder. So we send out that utility bill reminder 10 days to let the customer know that, hey, in 10 days, your bill is subject to penalties as well as disconnection. But then we went a step further. And what we're doing is that we're actually emailing the customers or contacting the customers at least 48 hours before the disconnection to allow them the opportunity to set up a payment plan or a payment arrangement. And after that, we've seen that it actually helped the customers, and we have not had any real issues with disconnecting the services almost within 24 hours. So we're listening. But there's some things that we can and cannot do based on the city ordinance.
Mm-hmm. And when you talk about the 10 days, are you talking about before the bill is actually due, that your bill is due within 10 days, or what are you?
Yes. So what we do 10 days before the due date.
Okay. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about once you're past due.
Once you're past due, that's to say we actually send an email notification 48 hours to advise the customer that their account is subject to disconnection. So that's what we're actually doing to avoid the complaints saying that we're just cutting off the services.
Okay, and it's just an email?
It is an email, because if you're registered with Invoice Cloud, right? Or if you're a senior account, like I mentioned with Councilperson Butler, we actually do contact those senior customers, right? But typically Invoice Cloud does send you a message and say, hey, this is your first notice, second notice, final notice that your services are subject to interruption. So there is communication within our third-party system to advise customers that their services are or past due, or they assessed the fee, or the service is about to get disconnection.
But what has been done so far is only before the bill is due.
Before the bill is due, we send out the utility bill reminder to say that your bill is coming up due, and to avoid any penalties or disconnection, please pay by the due date. So that's what we've also put in place.
And then in between the time of your bill being due and you actually getting cut off, you get one email.
Yes.
Okay, and I feel like that's also where there's a problem, because I mean, people don't always check their emails. It could go into spam or junk, and we're talking about like utilities where, if I were to go home after a long day at work, I'd have to find a hotel or something. I'd have to find a place to shower and all that stuff to get to work the next morning, right? So just having one email in between the time that your bill is due and then you get cut off, that's not enough.
But as I mentioned, you typically still get notification from Invoice Cloud just to say that, hey, your bill is due. We're doing everything within our means to notify the customers, because before we went to BSNA, there was no notification at all. So like I said, we've listened to all the complaints, and we're trying to do our best to make sure the customer is notified before the services are disconnected.
Okay. I just hope that we can do better, that we can come into a consensus with this council on how we can make our processes better and make our ordinances better to make sure that, people do not get cut off unexpectedly, because, it's, I don't know, it's a lot, but I yield.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you. So I did get a call from a constituent. I think he may have been under the 29-day mark, but he relies on the CPAP machine. I'm
Yes,
trying to see if you may have spoke to him, I believe. Are there medical waivers for people who require those type of breathing apparatuses during night and things of that nature?
Yes, there is. There's a physician certification that we provide to the customer once we are aware that there is that type of situation going on in the home. And then what they do is get their physician to actually complete it, and then they'll bring it to the fire department. The fire department would actually do an assessment of the home and let us know, hey, this particular account or home is a medical need. So they'll say this approved or it's not approved. And if it's approved, we'll note the account to say that we're going to contact the customer prior to cutting off the services to advise that payment is past due.
Okay, thank you. And I was looking through the full ordinance. You said you're allowed up to 3 times a year to give an extension on, I think it was like a payment plan or something like that. What is the maximum amount of time can an individual be on a payment plan?
Payment plan, it can go up to 12 months or 18 months.
Total?
It just depends on the situation. Every situation can be it depends on the dollar amount as well. So it really depends on the situation.
So if there is a set amount of time that somebody has to pay off all their debts, you know what I mean? Or you can just be an endless payment plan?
No, endless payment plans is actually hurting a customer because they still have to be responsible for that monthly bill. So that we encourage the customers to actually try to get some assistance or to actually try to make weekly payments on their account, so it can kind of reduce the total amount of the bill. And when they do that, it'll help it decreased the bill, but it also allowed them to have a lower bill every month, because we not trying to, if your bill range from $200 a month, your payment plan is $50 a month. You're actually paying $250 every month. So that $50 extra dollars is an increase to your bill. So we don't recommend a payment plan, but if we have to offer it to our customers, we try to get the lowest amount possible by having them put at least some money on that bill to reduce the dollar amount each month.
And you're saying there's no cap on how long somebody could?
I'm
Like I
sorry,
said, you can pay, like, just like a credit card, right? You can pay the minimum amount, right? But you're gonna be paying on that for years. If
Like
that
I said,
makes
it
sense.
depends on the dollar amount,
I mean,
depends on the situation.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
it just depends. Mhm.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the biggest thing because I've heard a lot of different, I've heard 45 days, 25 days, $25. I don't really, it's a whole bunch of stuff. I'm trying to write it down and I'm kind of just lost now. So I think the biggest thing is that we just make sure that we're consistent across. Because I mean, like some people say, my bill is due on the 1st and I'm cut off on the 5th because I didn't pay it. And you supposedly have 9 days or whatever. So I think it's just the whole thing about the consistency across the board for whatever you do. I mean, if you do have a medical issue, that falls into that medical category. So you do whatever it is that you need to do, and we have to stay consistent with that. If there are payment plans that are put in place, that people need to make payment plans, make your payment plans. I can say, thank God, I've not had this issue in a while, but my power was cut off. And my fiance at the time was trying to pay the bill, and we went through heck and high waters because he wasn't on the account. He just tried to make a payment. They wouldn't let him make a payment. I had to fax a letter. I put I misspelled his name because they did it off of his license. I had to refax a letter, and we're talking about 5 o'clock to get it done. So, I mean, it's kind of like jumping through hoops sometimes to get some of this stuff done. So I think the biggest thing is just that we make sure that we're just consistent across the board and we're adhering to whatever, if it's a state law that we're going by or what our Municode says, that we're consistent. Because I mean, I hear so many different stories about, I didn't pay in 3 days. I made my payment. I dropped it in the Dropbox. Technically, the payment is there. You all didn't get it. It's after 5 o'clock. And there may be somebody that's on the breathing machine or something like that that's at the house. So I think the biggest thing is that we remain consistent across the board. And what we do for one, we have to do for everybody.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Yes,
I
ma'am.
yield. Thank you.
Yeah, and last thing, and so what would be your recommendation on when would be the best time for, with knowing how many days most generally people can get notified, and like what would be your suggestion in, when people should get cut off for utilities?
Should talk with Mr. Brown about,
Well, I mean, obviously, Michelle is very capable in providing a recommendation, council member, but this is a policy matter. So like if the council decides to change the policy, all we're going to do is go back, prepare an ordinance and bring it back to the council. So I would say that if you guys discuss this and you want to make changes, it's within your purview and definitely your right to make changes to the ordinance as you deem fit or necessary. If you ask staff for a recommendation, I'm partial to this issue because I think that, we need to run these utilities like a business in order to make sure we sustain ourselves down the road. But obviously, the council's already decided to have ordinances on the books that have protections for seniors and income restricted individuals. So I understand that. And so we can still go down that road. There's nothing wrong with making changes. If you guys want to do that, we can definitely help you with that. But I don't.
So I was deferring to you because I don't know whether or not you all had talked about what a recommendation would be. But if you feel like Ms. Adams is capable to make it tonight, then Councilmember Ziegler asked the question, I'm gonna go back to her, or is that something that you all need to discuss? Like, yeah, I know it's a policy decision, but staff, you all are the experts that do the work. And so she's asking for a recommendation. My concern was whether or not you all had talked
We have
before
not
she
talked
made
about
a recommendation, because you're over operations. And if this is gonna be her personal recommendation or a recommendation from management as we consider the policy decision that we'll
Yeah.
need to make.
Well, we haven't, because we have several utilities that we have to consider before we could just make a recommendation. And we have power, we have water and sewer, we have sanitation and others. So, I'd like to go back and talk to the department directors specifically about a recommendation, so that we don't make a recommendation in one department that affects the whole. So that'd be my recommendation.
Sure, yeah, that's
We can
fine.
come back.
May,
I would also ask, we authorized staff to do a utility rate study some time ago through ECG. Previously, we had contracted it out, but Electric Cities of Georgia provides that service to its member cities. Don't believe we ever received this rate study. Recently, this probably had to be within the last 18 months or so where we were discussing that. And it was supposed to be for all utilities. So if we can get an update on the rate study, Mr. Brown, that's not directly connected, but we're talking about policies and we're about to go into budgets around rates. I'm not sure if it's completed or where they are with it, but I know we decided to have ECG do it instead of sending it out. And I think they were supposed to do all of it, or maybe we sent one utility out. I can't remember. I was trying to find it in the minutes. Anything else? Are you still in?
no, it's okay. And in that same vein, it looks like that for senior citizens, they can get $7 off of their utility bill. Do you know when the last time that was, when we figured out $7 was a good rate? When that was? No?
I
I
can't
think that's one of
recall.
the things they were supposed to be looking at in the rate study
Yeah.
Okay,
about what adjustments would we be making.
across the board. Okay, all right, that's it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle.
Next up is NCT Trust. Mr. Brown from.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'm going to ask that our Power Director, Sean Doe, come forward, please. Thanks. No, it's late, so just. No.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. So the year-end settlement is where we budget for, let's say for 2023. We budgeted, let's just say $1 million for MEAG funding. And at the end of the year, December 31st, in January, late January, early February, MEAG chews up those bills. So let's say we only spent $900,000 for the budget for the year, then they give you $100,000 back in those year-end settlements. For me, what I was looking to do, for instance, last year, we spent 1.3 million on transformers and another 600,000 on, well, between over 2 years, we spent about, it's 510,000 on street lights. The transformers we ordered last year around February. We're just getting those now. And that was 1 million for about 40 of them. So as they come in, they've been getting used. But some of the issues that we're having is the lead times with transformers. So that's why for me, I was, want you guys' blessing on using some of that money to go ahead and start securing transformers for next year so we can be ahead of the curve. instead of, right now, if I wait until July, then that puts us to getting transformers even later on in the year. So we can't bring customers online without those transformers. And then just street lights, just utilizing buying street lights. So that's the year-end settlement in a nutshell. Yes. Yes, so some of those same transformers, we've ordered them, they're coming in, we're starting to use them already. But the grid hardening is the underground project that we're embarking on. So instead of, budgeting a lot of extra funding in the budget, this is some funding that I think that we could utilize to do different projects. And I know not sure if anyone may think, but just to clarify, the year-end settlement funding, right? There's a checkbox that you can put to revert back to the bills, right? That money it'll keep getting pushed down the line. So next year, the year-end settlement will be a bigger amount of money, and it'll keep going like that unless, something drastic was to happen with MEAG. And reason it was so much more this year is with the Democrats being in-house, the EPA rules and regulations, they're shutting down a lot of the coal plants. So MEAG has already shut down one coal plant, and they're starting to get ready to do the other one. So a lot of those costs to run that coal plant have gone away. So, but that money was already budgeted from previously. So.
Any questions? Thank you. The next one is discussion on council committees, item number 23. And so in our budget and finance committee, where is it? I just lost it. Oh, there it is. We had our first meeting, and in the process of, what am I going? Choosing a chair. I pulled the ordinance on the screen, and why can't I get to it right now? For the Budget and Finance Committee, as well as the Standing HR Committee, since I've been on council, the committee has selected the chair. So like I appoint the members to the committee, and then the members of the committee select who the chair will be. When looking at the ordinance, it actually says, and that's how decisions been made for budget and finance, even when it was separate, as well as the HR committee. Says the mayor should appoint annually 3 members of council to the budget and finance committee, as well as 1 citizen person. And then B says the council shall appoint from among the appointed council members of the committee a chairman of such committee, and the committee shall meet at such times and places as the committee may select, and the mayor shall be an ex officio member of the budget, meaning by title, because of the title of mayor, the mayor is a member of the committee and shall have the same voting power and privileges as other council members of the committee. And so, there's appears to be a conflict or 2 different provisions within it. So it says the mayor has all rights and privileges of council members of the committee, which would include being a chair. But then it says the council shall appoint from among the appointed council members of the committee a chair. So council shall appoint as the full body, instead of just the members of the committee. And so this is the same language in section So that's 2-2003. That's the same language in 2-2004.5 for the Human Resources Committee. And so I mentioned in that meeting that I would put it on the agenda tonight for us to have a discussion as to how we want to have the chair of those committees appointed. And if, as has been done, it is by the members of the committee who actually appoint the chair, we need to change subsection B. And then we also may need to change subsection C. As I indicated at the meeting, I mean, I appoint members to the committee. I'm not necessarily trying to be the chair of subcommittees. I'm the mayor. But the way it reads, it does appear to allow for that. And so that's why it's here. And I wanted us to have discussion about it tonight, because if we are going to change it, I recommend that the city attorney bring us the ordinance for Monday so that we can amend these sections of the ordinance to reflect in the ordinance how the committee chair would be selected. Any discussion? Councilmember Mitchell.
Yes, so you're saying we should amend section B? Is that the ask?
Yeah, I think we'll have to amend B and C, right? So like, and this would be, let me look at.
Is there any way we can pull this up on the screen?
Can you see my screen communications? If so, if you could share it.
I know, I have a couple questions. So I guess while we have the city attorney here, one of my, the main question, I guess she's alluding to this, is in section B, I believe there's a conflict where it reads, the council shall appoint from among the appointed. And that's where I want to, it says from among the appointed, I'm guessing that wouldn't include the appointee. Would that include the appointee for this? Would they be eligible?
So
for this?
once the mayor appoints members to a committee, then the council of those that the mayor just appointed can select who would chair that committee. Right, the full council, exactly, which would be, right, the council would then select the chair of who would chair that committee that the mayor just appointed members to.
Okay. So I think the conflict came in where I think the mayor was nominated to be the chairperson, and we were trying to get some clarification if that's possible.
The mayor was nominated by whom?
One of the appointed council members. I mean, appointed.
By the committee, by this body or by the committee?
So it was, at the time, we were just choosing amongst the people on the committee. So everybody on the committee had a chance to appoint somebody. And while reading through this, the question came up, would that be applicable to section B if the mayor was appointed to be chair? Yes.
So the way it reads now is that the mayor appoints members of the council to a committee, right? The mayor is on the committee as an ex officio member. I'll get to that in just a second. The council, not the committee, the council, as this reads here today, would then select out of the members on the committee who will be the chair. Everybody would select who's the chair of that particular committee.
So I guess the confusion is coming in at the very beginning of the sentence where it says, the council shall appoint from among the appointed. So in that case, the mayor was never appointed to anything on the
I
committee.
see what you're saying. So
Yes,
you're
ma'am.
saying once the council appoint someone to the committee, could the council then vote for the mayor to be the chair of that committee because she's an ex officio member,
Well,
she's not appointed
Well,
member?
well, I would say she appoints to the committee who she wants. And then the council would choose from the appointed, as this reads, the people who are appointed, who would be the chair. Am I reading that correctly?
I would agree with you.
Okay. No, that's basically just wanted to, I don't know, call it second opinion, but thank you.
Since we're talking about the meeting, there was a motion and a second. So if this was really about me, I could have been chair. But I suggested that because there were questions, that we bring this back to council to clarify that. Section C says, the mayor shall be an ex officio member of the committee and shall have the same voting power and privileges as other council members of the committee. I don't have a problem changing that section so that it doesn't appear to have a conflict with section B, because while it says from the members appointed, it also says the mayor should have the rights and privileges, the voting power and privileges of committee members. And I think serving as a chair is a privilege. And if we're going to make an amendment, either are we going to do this, or are we going to make the appointments based upon how they've been made? And if it doesn't matter to me, again, I'm not trying to necessarily chair the committee. At the meeting, nobody else was nominated. There was no other motions made. And so I'm bringing it back to the body. But I think if we're going with this, then fine. Still think we need to amend section C. So there doesn't appear to be a conflict or a possibility of that happening. And then if we want to do as has been done, we need to say that the members of the committee shall appoint from the appointed, shall appoint from the appointed council members instead of the council shall appoint.
So I see the conflict.
I mean,
What both of you saying is correct. So Councilmember Mitchell is saying that the council appoints from the appointed. But then when you go to C, the mayor ex officio, to Councilman Butler's question, what does that mean? That's a result of one's title. So I think that some people have thought ex officio means that they're on the committee, but they don't have any voting privileges. That's not the Latin translation. It's due to your title. You are a member of a committee. So being the president or being the mayor, you're automatically on it. You don't have to get appointed. But then C says, although ex officio, the mayor shares the same privileges as the appointed council members. So the conflict exists with B and C.
I mean, I think
I mean,
it's quite clear. So in B, it's saying you can only choose the chairperson from someone that's been appointed. But
saying the both statements are true. And if we're gonna make an amendment, again, I'm not trying to be chairs. That creates a conflict or an issue for any future mayor. Because arguably, if you have the same voting privileges and voting power and privileges of the members.
I disagree. So that's the thing. So it clearly states it can only be from the appointed. I mean, like I say, but.
So that's your opinion. We just got a response from the attorney and the council has to make a decision. So we just heard what the attorney said. We hear what you're saying and the council has to make a decision. Councilmember Shropshire.
thank you. And I think where it is every committee has selected their chair. It wasn't until this came up. So it's not like, it's just that it has been standard that any committee selects their chair. And this issue was brought to the attention and came up when the nomination came in because you have to have a chair. So I guess the question is, moving forward with what has been done in the past, is the committee selecting their own chair.
If that's the will of this board, you would have to amend the ordinance.
Councilmember Freely, Councilmember Butler and Councilmember.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Because the hour is so late, and this is an issue that we should give contemplation, I ask that we just move this to the next work session and maybe allow the city attorney to come up with something pro and con, or to rectify the conflict that appears to be there. I agree with what she's saying too, but I'm asking that we move on to the next issue so we can get out of here before 1 o'clock in the morning.
I don't have an objection with it moving longer. We may have a meeting this month for HR, and we've already had we'll have another budget meeting. But that would just be, I would suggest that we don't make decisions on chairs till we've resolved it. Councilmember Freely, and I don't have a problem with it going.
I don't see a conflict between sections B and C. I see that our practice is not in line with the language of the charter. If committee members, the ordinance, our practice doesn't seem to be in line with section B, but I don't see a conflict between B and C. Am I missing something?
Would you agree or disagree with whether or not the mayor could chair a committee?
My reading of this is that if the council, this whole body,
Yes.
votes for the mayor to be the chair, then I think she could be.
Right. Mr. Mitchell reads it differently.
Okay.
Yeah, B states it has to come from the appointed. The council shall appoint from among the appointed council members. I think appointed is the key word here, but I
see what you're saying.
I agree with putting it on the March work session.
May?
The other M. I think if we're going to make amendment, we should make C clearer, because privileges of council members could include that. And I hear what you're saying, that it says from the appointed council members. I'm not trying to be the chair. And I think if we're going to amend it, we should make that clearer and see. And I don't know, voting power and privileges except for a committee, I don't know how that works. But if you just said voting power, that is not referring to privileges, right? But the city attorney can think that through. I'm not necessarily disagreeing. I'm definitely not advocating to be chair, and I'm not trying to posture about appointed or not. I think there's an arguable conflict that could potentially be used, and we should resolve it. Like, this is not to help me in any kind of way. I think if we're gonna deal with it, we should address it. I don't need to be a chair of a committee to which I appoint members to. There's one mayor of the city. I'm good with that. So if we can bring this back to, I was about to say March again, May 13th work session, and it would be 2-2003 and 2-004.5. It's the same B and C sections. Madam City Attorney, if you could bring us back some language, then we can look at it, discuss it, and then decide if we want to put it on the next month to move forward, or if we're keeping it like this. I think at minimum we should change C, but we'll look forward to what you bring us back in March. I meant May. Why do I want to keep going back to March? The other M. Councilmember Butler, discussion on changing the city website.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As a member of the Information and Technology Committee for the National League of Cities, it was discussed that all municipalities should look to change their website from .org to .gov. So I'm asking for this council's permission to give staff the flexibility to explore changing our website to some version of .gov in the effort to ensure internet and cybersecurity.
I'm not necessarily objecting, but we just had a fake website that was East Point City. It wasn't .org because it's our real one. I can't remember if it was .gov or .com. But did they say why we should change it to .gov?
Yeah,
I guess for that same reason, because of the .org or .com.
Yes, the committee came up with that .gov domains are safer in terms of security. And that was the primary reason they issued this recommendation to all cities, was for security for the domain.
We have that the IT consultant, Mr. Brown, if you want to share that with him, and you guys can come back to us, Councilmember Mitchell.
Yeah, well, that's something that we probably need to do. I just want to make sure it's okay, because if we do that, there are some other things that we got to look at, changes in the website, your business cards and these kinds of things, because your email addresses might change as well. So I want to make sure you're braced for that, so you don't say, well, why didn't anybody tell me all these other things are going to change? But I think it's a great idea, and I think it'll help us, be more secure. And I know that our interim spoke with me about it, and I told him that we needed to speak with the council to make sure you guys know what's going to happen next if we do this, with changes in the cards and the website and that kind of thing. So we can move forward with it if you like.
I also just suggest that we, in the same spirit of Councilman Butler's statement, that we buy all the domain names with East Point, City of East Point.
Yeah.
I know there are a few floating around out there
Yeah.
that we don't own, and there's not that much money.
Get all the ones that are similar. I agree with that.
Yes, sir.
I know that there's another East Point. I think it's in Michigan somewhere.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, no, there was one that had my picture on it, and they were selling stuff, and the chief, they're investigating a fraud case or something on it.
I know he shut one down.
But yeah, so I would just have our IT people look into all those derivatives and of East Point and City and all that kind of stuff.
All right, I think that'll be great. I know that you guys are not. I think Friedley and Ziegler, they also had concerns about the same thing. So
yeah, but
Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And actually, I was trying to find the email because I had asked City Manager, I'm sorry, it's late, about why didn't we have it? Because I know when I was at NLC, someone asked, and I gave the email address, and they said org, and they said, why is it not gov? So I called and I asked. I sent an email and I asked him, and I think it was the eastpointcity.gov, that name, it was already taken, that particular domain. So I don't know.
There is another East Point, but I think they have an E on the end. It might be in Michigan or somewhere. So they might be very similar.
And I was trying to find the email that I could read back, but
maybe eastpointga.gov is what we'd probably move to, and then try to get all the ones that are similar.
Okay, I yield.
Or eastpoint.ga.gov.
Yeah, I think personally, I think it's operational. We didn't necessarily choose the .org so we could. I mean, these are good recommendations as to changing it. I don't know if you want to have the IT director send us communication or come present and say what all of that is going to be as it relates to the plan and fold it into that, because there may be some other implications as you indicated. But Councilmember Butler, what were you envisioning?
Give staff permission to explore changing the website.
So does that mean come back with?
I mean, we could put it on consent as just as that, but explore, that means it's up to you. as
Okay.
to what it is and how it,
Okay.
I mean, you could come back to us with information, but,
Do that.
so you want on the agenda, Councilman Butler? All right, so the consent language for the action item is to authorize staff to explore changing the city website domain. Last up, Councilmember Martin Rogers, Camp Creek Marketplace GIS map.
Yes, and I want to thank Mr. Brown and the IT department for getting that map together and locating all of the individuals that own certain parcels. But as this council knows, and as the community knows, Camp Creek and the cleanliness of the marketplace in the entire city continues to be an issue. So I would like council support to direct the city manager to contact all of those entities in the Camp Creek Marketplace, the Camp Creek Business Park, and the Camp Creek Point in order for us to have another meeting so that they know the level of expectation in keeping their portion of that marketplace clean. Yeah, he has to use the map to contact them. So the Camp Creek, so he's using the map to contact all of the entities from that map. They've created the map, yes. They sent the map out. They color coded the map.
I mean, do we really need to direct it on that? Like,
Yes, I would like one, Madam Mayor.
but, so that would be on the agenda for Monday, but Councilmember
Okay.
Butler.
Thank
Yes,
you.
I think that we have to remember that we are partners with those people that do business in East Point. And so as also the member who represents that area, I recommend if we do reach out to these business owners, that we have a more broad discussion so that we can talk about also cleanliness, but public safety, and what does it really look like to partner with the city and to be a business in the city, in order that we don't come off as obtuse or curmudgeon to our business owners, and more of a partner with them, trying to work together with them. So that's what I would recommend that we would do.
Am I in?
Councilman Martin Rogers.
Thank you so much. However, the last 8 years, the Camp Creek Marketplace has been filthy. It continues to be filthy. And these businesses are making money in the city of East Point, and having them just maintain the standard of cleanliness, I don't understand why we would have to beg them to keep their parking lot clean. This is something that has been ongoing for the last 8 years. So we need to meet with those entities to let them know that there is a standard for shopping in our area. No matter where you go, North Fulton, even further South Fulton. Those marketplaces don't look like the areas in Camp Creek. I mean, it is consistent trash on a consistent basis. And this is something that's been talked about for several years now. So I just think that now that we have that color-coded information, it is time to hold those management companies accountable and the people that do business in our city. Because what they do is they make money here in the Camp Creek Marketplace and they take it where they live. So I think that having a clean area to shop in is just low-hanging fruit. And it is something that is attainable. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just would like to remind the new council member that the former solicitor did use code enforcement to cite and put on a consent agreement those businesses who had overflowing trash cans and kept issues dirty. So there has been an effort to keep that area clean, and we have used all means, the city solicitor's office, as well as consent agreements to do that. So I think everything is about the syntax. If we want to go to our partners and talk to them about working together to solve these problems, that's one thing. But if we want to go in and be dogmatic, then we just use our city solicitor and let that person use the laws available to them to cite those people with code enforcement issues, but not adversely target all of our businesses. And that's part of what I'm debating here.
So I as a Ward D resident, feel like, yes, there was a consent order in place. That business no longer is owned by a new owner. So the consent order is no longer applicable. I do think we need to continue to enforce our code. Like, it is not, I'm sure there's some code violations that are happening out there. And that was a part of the discussion. I'm not sure if enforcement has started or beefed up over there. I think it's both and. And I think it's a holistic, collaborative approach. I have noticed that since the last meeting, it looks like somebody went down 166 and all exits and picked up trash, and it seems like Camp Creek was a little cleaner as well. Not sure how that happened. I know the interim city manager, has been talking with Gerald McDowell and others within that Camp Creek Marketplace area, and I'm assuming with the way 166 is that maybe there was some conversations with GDOT, but this has been an ongoing conversation for a long time regarding Clean City. I won't rehash my comments about from last meeting. I think it's leadership. I think we need a plan, and it's operational, and that we need to be able to, yes, be collaborative, but also hold people accountable. And so I forgot what your ask is, Councilmember Mark Rogers, but
Ask is to direct the city manager to contact all of the entities so that we can sit down in a collaborative moment of transparency and let the business entities know our standard expectation for the campaign.
so you want to have a consent agenda item to have the city manager coordinate a meeting with the owners in Camp Creek Marketplace.
Utilizing the GIS map information. Thank you.
Regarding the GIS map and other matters, I mean, I think litter is a public safety strategy. If you have a clean city, often that helps with safety because it feels like people care. It's the broken windows theory of criminal justice. And so the consent agenda item is to authorize the city manager to convene a meeting with the owners in the Camp Creek Marketplace area regarding the GIS map and other matters. You got that, Madam Deputy City Clerk?
I would like for that to be a discussion and not on consent.
Okay, agenda. Can you put that on the agenda, please? And Councilmember Butler said other matters, so I'm trying to mediate, but y'all can keep going back and forth on Monday. I said in other matters. Okay, I said GIS map and other matters when they meet. Consent. All right, executive session. I think we have at least 2 real estate and 2 quick personnel. Do we have anything else from legal or city manager?
I will, Madam Mayor, abbreviate the list because of the hour. So if you would allow me 3 legal matters, please.
With the
So-
2 real estate?
No, 4 legal matters, and I didn't count the real estate. I think the 2 are the I've got 1, and then there's another one. that
So
I'm
for
aware
the
of.
real estate, it's the easement, the 2 easements.
Correct.
And then there's 4 litigation matters.
Yes.
Motion to recess into executive session for 2 real estate, 4 legal, and 2 personnel. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded in discussion. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries.
That's not my call. I'm fine with whatever. You're on here. How are you? Nope, I didn't know that. That's all right. We'll still call it. Can somebody buzz me in?
Chief, how you doing today?
Thank you for announcing my name correctly.
I was making sure I got it right because I just wanted to make sure I pronounced it right every time I saw you.
I appreciate
Laura
it.
and
Yeah, I've been all of those things.
Larry. You
It's
were Larry.
Larry.
How you doing? How you doing?
I'm tired.
I'm so used to this, man. What's up? How you doing? You got, okay.
That's what she called back first, child.
Yeah, Sam's here. His friends are the teams.
That's all I'm used to.
I'm just gonna tell them. They can ask me a question if they want. They want to talk to me. Mike is on. Oh.
That one is.
Motion carries. Motion to adjourn. Huh? Oh, it's a work session. Yeah, good. But it's on the floor now. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries.